So as usual, we are online on the Twitch platform and the YouTube platform. Let me see if I can get a link for today's stream. Okay, I think this should be it. Let me copy that link. And if you want to watch on YouTube, you can do so over here. The other great thing about watching on YouTube is that you can rewind the live stream in case you missed something. And yeah, it's a great little place to go if you want to review the information one more time. All right, so let's go ahead and start today's class. And let's see if I think I have a little introduction for this class as well. Let me see if I can find it. So this is cryptography, and it doesn't looks like I forgot to upload the intro. But that's okay. It's okay. All right, let's start today's class. This is HackerFrogs After School. So we're doing encoding with cryptohack.org, and CryptoHack is another cybersecurity education platform. This one deals with cryptography. So this is the first class. It's a cybersecurity program for learning beginner cybersecurity skills across a wide variety of subjects. This workshop is the first lesson for cryptography. So in this first lesson, we'll be easing into simple cryptographic concepts through learning about encoding. Okay, so let's talk about this. So we're talking about encoding today, and encoding refers to the process of converting data from one form to another, often for the purpose of efficient storage, transmission, or representation. So when you type on your keyboard, you type letters on your keyboard, but what's actually sent to the computer is not going to be these letters. What's going to be sent to the keyboard is ones and zeros, so binary code. Because, well, computers only know how to speak in binary. They only know the number 0 and the number 1. So if you get a large enough string of these ones and zeros, you can form patterns. So for example, when you type the word hello on your keyboard, what the computer does is it encodes that information from the ones and zeros into something called ASCII. And ASCII is basically the way that letters and numbers are represented on computer devices. So for example, before the word hello can appear on the computer screen, it needs to be encoded into ASCII characters from the binary numbers that computers use. So that was this example over here. Although encoding transforms data into one form to another, it is not considered cryptography. So we're doing encoding today, encoding and decoding, but this is not cryptography, because cryptography has to be something that is supposed to be secret. So it's the meaning behind the thing that makes encoding not cryptography. The purpose of encoding isn't to keep the data secret. Nonetheless, encoding is a good introduction to cryptography because it introduces us to transforming data according to different systems and rules. So we're going to be using the CryptoHack platform today, and we'll be learning encoding basics by working through the intro course on the CryptoHack platform, which is a great free platform for learning cryptography concepts. Okay, so if you don't already have an account there, you can sign up at the following link. So it's going to be this one over here, cryptohack.org/register. And you might need this website to complete the registration, which is the crypty.com website, which we can use to decode the Caesar cipher. So I think everybody here already has an account over at CryptoHack, which is good. So since we don't need to take time to explain how to register for the website. Okay, so after you're logged in, you're going to navigate to this link to start the course. So let me go ahead and get this link, and I will drop it in the chat. Wicked Real says greetings. Greetings, Wicked Real on Twitch. Nice to see you here. We're just starting our course on cryptography today. If you want to join us, you can make an account over at CryptoHack, which is, well, let me get the link for you. Okay, so let me go ahead and access the course. Courses. /intro/courses details. Okay, so this is the first course over at the CryptoHack website. So let me make this nice and big so that we can read it more easily. And if you have any questions or if you're lost, let us know in the chat, and we'll try to get you unlost, because we don't want anybody to be left behind while we're doing our lessons over here. So this is the first course on CryptoHack, Introduction to CryptoHack, and let's take a look at a little overview. So in this course, what are we doing? This starter course gets you up and running with CryptoHack. You'll learn to encode and decode data types that are commonly used in cryptography. Then, you'll get comfortable with the XOR operation, which is the center of symmetric cryptography. And finally, the course ends with some fun XOR puzzles to test what you've learned. CryptoHack is free to play and browse. If you need help or want to find out more details about the site, please refer to our FAQ, and there's a little link to the FAQ. If you want to interact with the community, check out the Discord chat linked in the sidebar. So when you are looking at the site in a slightly larger format, and if you want to see something bigger, or if you wanted to see something smaller on a web page, you can press the Control-Shift+ and Shift- buttons to make the website bigger and smaller inside your web browser. Game Boy on YouTube says, "Hello, teacher." Hello, Game Boy. Nice to see you here. We're currently doing a course over at CryptoHack, learning cryptography. If you want to join, then you can go ahead and do it at this link over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the course. So after you've logged in, go over to this web page here, and then click on Start Course. So after you click on Start Course, it's going to bring you to the first challenge over here, Finding Flags. So if you manage to click on Start Course and you see the Finding Flags challenge over here, please let us know in the chat by typing in find the flag, smiley face. So just type that into chat to let us know that you're on the right page. Game Boy says, "Amazing, lovely subject." Yeah, trying to learn a little bit about cryptography. It's a fun subject when you can figure it out. Okay. All right. So let's solve this first challenge over here. I think I've got some more to say over here. So we're talking about ASCII encoding. So ASCII encoding, this is the first system of encoding that we're going to be looking at. Okay, we're not here yet. Let me go ahead and go back. So we're just going to be talking about how to use the platform first. So finding flags. Each challenge is designed to help introduce you to a new piece of cryptography. Solving a challenge will help you find a flag. So these flags are usually in the format crypto and then something else over here. The flag format helps you verify that you found the correct solution. Try submitting this flag into the form below to solve your first challenge. So when we take a look at these CTF games, they usually involve finding flags, and the flags are usually in a very specific format. If you remember from before, the Pico CTF flags were usually something like, let me go ahead and type it out, Pico CTF, and then we have the flag contents inside the curly braces. So something like this, which I provided to chat. But in this case, the CryptoHack platform has its own flag format, and so it basically starts with the word crypto, and then inside the curly brackets are the contents of the flag. So for this first challenge, all you need to do is submit this flag into the flag submission field at the bottom of the page. So just mouse over the flag and copy the contents. So right-click copy, and then down below, click into the field and paste in the flag contents and click on submit. Okay, and it says you have solved this challenge. So if you've solved the challenge too, let us know by typing in "I solved it," smiley face. Just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. So all you need to do is highlight the flag over here and then copy it, and then in the submission field, paste it in and click on the submit button. And that's all you need to do. Okay, and if you're following along and you're a little bit lost, let us know and we'll try to get you unstuck. Okay, so remember the whole flag is going to look like this. So it's crypto and then the stuff inside the curly brackets. So it's going to look like this. Okay, we've got some people solving the thing. Great, great. Okay, so I think I see a new student in the chat, and if you don't have an account over at CryptoHack, you can make an account over here. So let me just send the new student the registration link, and I will also send the registration link to another new student who has come in now. Okay, and let me go ahead and demonstrate how to register, okay? Because there's a little tricky bit in the registration process. So let me go ahead and make a new private window. Okay, so when you register for the website, everything's going to be very normal. You need your username and email, your password, but there's also this portion over here. So the portion over here is you need to decrypt it, and this is how you do it. So when you see the 4-letter secret message here, you just need to copy this. Okay, no problem, no problem. Let me go ahead and update the attendance. And so yeah, go over to the registration page, then copy this message. So after you copy the message, there's another website that we want to use. It's called Crypty. So and this is the website we're using. Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to go over to the Crypty page, and I want you to paste in whatever you find on the registration page in the plain text window over here. So just go over to here, the CryptoHack page, copy the secret message, then go over to the Crypty page, and then paste in the secret message into the plain text window over here. What you want to do is you want to click on the minus key over here until you see some English letters appear. So, sorry, some English words appear. So after you click on this enough times, and it should be within the first 28 clicks, eventually you'll see some actual words show up. So okay, so after clicking on it 16 times, we decoded the message over here. So you want to grab the decoded message and submit this over to the registration page. Just paste it in here and then fill in all of your regular information and click on this box and then click on submit, and you should be able to register your account. Okay, Globby Guy on YouTube asks, where do you teach? I'm teaching on YouTube right now, and I also have a Zoom call where I'm teaching some students, and we also are broadcasting on Twitch. But yeah, if you're having trouble registering, you can go ahead and paste in the secret message, and I can try to decode it for you. Okay? Because we're going to be using this this CryptoHack website to do our exercises today. Okay, so if you're having trouble, let us know in the chat. But otherwise, we'll continue on. Okay? All right. So where were we? Okay, so we just finished the first challenge over at CryptoHack. And what we need to do is we need to go to the next challenge. So after you submitted your flag, it should say you have solved this challenge, and then you want to click on the next button over here. Okay, and to the people who arrived a little bit later, let me get the link for the course that we're looking at. So what you want to do after you've logged into CryptoHack and after you created your account, you want to go over to this page here. Okay, so introduction to crypto hack. This is the second. This is the second challenge. So this challenge is called Great Snakes, and it says, okay. I see your message, BH. Yeah. So in Great Snakes, it says modern cryptography involves code, and code involves coding. CryptoHack provides a great opportunity to sharpen your skills. So, of all the modern programming languages, Python 3 stands out as ideal for quickly writing cryptographic scripts and attacks. For more information about why we think Python is so great, please see the FAQ. They've got a little link, okay? And it says run the attached Python script and it will output your flag. So, they've got a file over here that you can download, but you know what? We've actually copied the code from this file over to our GitHub page. So let me get the GitHub page, and we can copy the code from the GitHub page. MC25, I don't seem to be able to decode this. That's because that's not a code. That's not a code. MC25, welcome to the stream. We're just going to be doing cryptography for the next until the top of the next hour or so. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to go over to challenge number 2. So we're currently doing challenge number 2, Great Snakes. And what I want you to do is I want you to copy the code from the GitHub page underneath method of solve. So it says step 1, and then copy the code for the Python file. We've provided the code below for convenience. So you can copy this manually, or you can just click on this button over here. So there's a button that looks like 2 squares on top of each other. And if you click on that, that's going to copy all this code inside the box. Okay? So after you do that, we're going to be using another website to run the Python code. So this is the website we're going to be using today for Python. I want you to go over to the website, and I want you to, you're going to see some code already in the window over here. Hold on, let me see if I can, yeah. So there's going to be some code already in the window. What you want to do is you want to just delete all of the code that's already in the window, and in the window that says main.py. So what you want to do afterwards is you want to go back to the GitHub page here, copy the code from the GitHub page, then go over to the online Python website, and then paste in that code. So after you've done that, you're going to see all the Python code in here. You don't need to worry about exactly what the code is doing, but if you know your Python code, it makes sense. All you need to do is you need to paste in the code into the window, and then you need to click on this run button over here. Okay, and when you do that, Game Boy, where's that flag from? I don't know if I've seen that flag before. Okay, so after you click on the run button below the code window, it's going to say, here's your flag, crypto zen of Python. So what you need to do is you need to copy this, copy the flag. So everything from the C in crypto until the ending squiggly bracket. So just highlight all this and keep your button on the mouse. While you keep the button on the mouse, you want to do the keyboard shortcut, Control C, and that's going to let you copy the flag. I'll just provide the flag to everybody in the chat just for convenience. That doesn't seem to want to copy over. Just a second. That's weird. Hold on, let me see if I can get this done. So copy that, and then let's paste it somewhere. Okay, so that pasted. I think I can copy this to the chat now. There you go. So if you're having trouble, let us know, and we'll try to help you out. So paste the code into the online Python website, and then click on the run button, and then it'll show you the flag. So if you're having trouble with copying the flag, you can go ahead and copy it from the chat, and let's go ahead and solve the challenge. So we're going to go back to the CryptoHack page, and then we're going to go down to the bottom. There's going to be the flag submission field over here. So just click into the flag submission field, paste in the flag, and then click on submit. And then it should say that you have solved this challenge. So everybody, if you managed to solve the challenge, then let us know in the chat by typing in the chat. Let's see. Snake got done. Smiley face. Just like this. So if you're having trouble, let us know where you're having trouble, and then we'll try to get you unstuck. And I want to ask everybody here, how many people here have done coding in Python before? If you've done coding in Python before, type Python yes in the chat. And if you haven't done Python before, please type Python no in chat, just so that I know who has had experience doing coding before. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next exercise. So just go over to the bottom of the page, and either the top or the bottom of the page, there's going to be a next box over here. Click on the next box, and then we're going to be talking about our first encoding system of the day. So we're talking about ASCII. So ASCII is a 7-bit encoding standard which allows the representation of text using the integers 0 to 127. So using the below integer array, convert the numbers to their corresponding ASCII characters to obtain the flag. So what the heck does that mean? We're going to explain. Slyborg in Twitch chat says Python no. I'm surprised. I'm surprised, Slyborg, that you haven't done coding in Python before. I don't know if you're trolling or not, but let us know. Let us know, because we could. It might be fun to do Python learning on stream as well. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about ASCII encoding. So the first encoding that we're going to be looking at is ASCII, which is a common text encoding system, which assigns numerical values to letters, numbers, and symbols. So Slyborg says I really have done almost no coding. So maybe we can fix that in the future. But yeah. So for example, if we have the lowercase h in ASCII encoding, so in binary it's going to be this number. So this number in binary is going to equal the number 68 in hexadecimal, which is counting with the base 16 numbers. And in regular numbers, also known as decimal numbers, this is the number 104. So decimal 104, hexadecimal 68, and binary, this number over here, they're all going to equal to the letter H when we use the ASCII encoding scheme. Globby Guy says, print Python yes, Python yes. Okay, great to see, great to see, Globby Guy. Yeah. Okay, so ASCII can take its input in different numerical formats. So you can use binary, which is base 2 counting, hexadecimal, which is base 16 counting, and decimal, which is base 10 counting. So just like this. So the original ASCII characters that they created, they assign different characters to different numbers. I don't know if I can make this, I think I can make this a little bit bigger. Okay, bigger, even bigger. Hopefully you can read that. So for example, if we have decimal 32 or hex 20, that's going to be the space character, which is basically the space bar. And if we've got decimal 33 or hexadecimal 21, that is the exclamation mark character. And they've got a different number basically for each one of these characters over here on your keyboard. Just like this. So let's go ahead and go over to, we need to, hold on. What page is this? Page 13. Page 12? Okay. Let's keep on going. So let's learn ASCII with CryptoHack. We've already done that. We went to the CryptoHack page. If you're lost and you need to and you want to catch up with the rest of us, let us know in the chat, and we'll try to get you back up to where everybody else is. Okay, so we're going to be talking about hexadecimal numbers before we can do this challenge. So hexadecimal is a system of counting in base 16. So whereas our normal counting system, which is called decimal, is base 10. So when we say decimal, we mean counting up to 10 and then rolling over. When we do hexadecimal, we have to count to the number 16 before we roll over. So here's what the numbers 0 to 16 look like in hexadecimal. So 0 to 9 is going to be the same as counting in decimal, and then the number 10 is actually going to be represented by the letter A. The number 11 is the letter B, 12 is the letter C, 13 is the letter D, 14 is the letter E, 15 is the letter F, and when we do the number 16, it's actually going to be the number 10. So Game Boy says, I love Fox. What color is Fox? And if he loved to jump. I'm not sure what that means. Let us know in the chat. Thank you, Game Boy. Okay, so this is 0 to 16 in hexadecimal. And when you do computer stuff, you're going to see hexadecimal numbers all the time, because hexadecimal numbers allow you to represent the numbers 0 to 255 in just 2 digits. So in hexadecimal, 255 is the letter FF. So one reason why hexadecimal representation is used in computing is because it allows 8-digit binary numbers to be represented with 2 digits. So remember that that computers only know the numbers 1 and 0. So when you count using the computer, you have to use these long binary numbers. So to make it easier for humans to understand the binary numbers, we convert them over to hexadecimal. So it's also very convenient to represent ASCII characters with hex, because it allows non-printable ASCII characters to be represented with a number. So not every byte that is sent over to the computer is going to be something that we can print out. Some of them are not printable, and we need hexadecimal numbers to be able to represent those non-printable bytes. Okay, so let's go ahead and solve the challenge now, okay? So we're going to go back to the CryptoHack page, and it says, using the below integer array, convert the numbers to their corresponding ASCII characters to obtain a flag. So this is what we're going to do. We've got this list of numbers, and each one of these numbers is actually represents a letter in ASCII. And let's see, I think this is decimal to ASCII. So these are regular decimal numbers. We need to convert each one of these over to ASCII, and we're going to explain how we do that. So what you need to do is you need to copy this entire list over here. So copy the list and make sure that you include the square brackets over here. So highlight all of it, then select copy, and we're going to be using a special function in Python. So it says here in Python, the chr function can be used to convert an ASCII ordinal number to a character. So this is the function we're going to be using. So what you want to do is you want to go over to the online Python website here. So whatever code is already there, you want to highlight all of it, and you want to delete it. So after you delete everything, you want to paste in your list. So this is a really big list, and we're going to make a variable out of this. So we're going to call this our ASCII list. So we're just going to make a little ASCII list equals this. So this is what is called a variable. It's basically a little holder of information. So ASCII list is this list of numbers over here. The next thing we need to do is we need to create the variable that is the transformed information. So what we're going to do is we're going to make another list called ASCII, we're going to call it ASCII text. So ASCII text is going to be equal to ASCII list, but we're going to do something to it. And what we're going to do is we're just going to, oh, sorry. We're going to write a, everybody, we're not here to learn about Python coding, but we've actually have a little piece of code that we're going to be doing to translate the characters. And you can find it over at the GitHub here. So if you don't have the GitHub link, this is it. And we're going to go over to challenge number 3. So we're doing challenge 3. So on the GitHub page, scroll down to challenge 3. And what you want to do is you want to copy this code over here. So navigate to the online Python website. Go ahead and copy this code over here. So just click on the 2 boxes, and that's going to copy all the code inside the box here. Then you're going to go over to the online Python website, and then you're going to paste in the code. So before we run the code, let me just explain what this code is doing, okay? So we've got the list. So the ASCII list is going to be equal to whatever we got from the CryptoHack website. And then we're going to run a little loop. So this is a programming loop that is going to translate all of the characters from the number into the ASCII character. So for I, so I is basically whatever, each one of these objects over here, each one of these numbers. So for each I in the ASCII list, we're going to print out that character I, and we're going to convert it using the CHR function. And then when we do this, when we run this this loop over here, it's going to take all of the characters and it's going to turn them into their ASCII translation, and it's going to print it out. So after you've pasted the code in, go down to the bottom and then click on Run. And then you're going to get the flag over here. Game Boy says you can do it with any letter. You can do it with any letter. Yeah, you can also convert the letters into these numbers, and you can convert the numbers into letters. So afterwards, you're going to get the flag over here. Let me see if I can copy this, and I'll provide it to everybody in the chat. So I think we can paste this. Okay. And let me go ahead and grab the whole thing. Okay, so everybody, if you're lost or if you're stuck somewhere, please let us know, because we don't want anybody to get left behind. Let's go back. So, not this window, this window. Okay, so after you copy the flag, go over to the CryptoHack website, scroll down to the bottom, and then there's going to be a little box that says Enter Flag here. Click into it, and then paste in the flag, and then click on Submit. Okay, so looks like we have a little system over here where we can get different levels. All right, everybody, if you managed to finish the challenge, let everybody know in chat by typing in ASCII is easy, smiley face, just like this. If you have any questions about any of the stuff we're talking about, let us know in the chat. We'll try to answer your questions as best we can. Okay, Game Boy says that they've done it before. That's great to hear. That's great to hear. Okay, let's go ahead and go over to the next challenge. All right, so the next challenge, we're just going to click on the next button to go to the next challenge. And we've got this next challenge. It's called Hex. Hunter says, other than CryptoHack, is there any other great resource to learn hacking and IT security in general? Yeah, there's a couple of websites that I like to recommend. One of them is PicoCTF. And I'll just leave the link in the chat. So that's PicoCTF. The other site that I like to recommend is TryHackMe. And these are both great places where you can learn all sorts of technology and cybersecurity stuff for free. Okay, great to see some other people are solving the challenge. Let's go ahead and go back to the challenge, and we'll talk about this this next thing. Okay, so this is the hex challenge. So the challenge says, when we encrypt something, the resulting ciphertext commonly has bytes, which are non-printable ASCII characters. If we want to share our encrypted data, it's common to encode it into something more user-friendly and portable across different systems. Hexadecimal can be used to in such a way to represent ASCII strings. First, each letter is converted to an ordinal number according to the ASCII table, as in the previous challenge. Then, the decimal numbers are converted to base 16 numbers, otherwise known as hexadecimal. The numbers can be combined together into one long hex string. So included below is a flag encoded as a hex string. Decode this back into bytes to get the flag. So we've got this hexadecimal string. It's a very long string of letters and numbers, but these are actually all hexadecimal numbers. So F is a hexadecimal number. Remember that the letters A, B, C, D, E, F are included in hexadecimal. And you're going to see this kind of stuff a lot when you work with computers. Okay, so we also get a little hint along with this challenge. It says, in Python, the bytes dot from hex function can be used to convert hex to bytes. The .hex instance method can be called on byte strings to get their hex representation. So we're going to be using this to solve the challenge. But before we solve the challenge, let's talk a little bit more about hexadecimal, okay? So over here, oh, okay, we're not talking about that yet. That's fine. All right, so let's go back to CryptoHack, and what we're going to do is we're going to convert these hex strings into bytes. So this is what we're going to do. We're just going to copy the hex string over here, and it looks like we're going to need to take a break because there are ads running on Twitch. Okay, so when ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. So let me go ahead and run the ads on YouTube. And we're just going to take a minute of break while the ads run on Twitch and YouTube, because we don't want anybody to miss out on any of the action. So while the ads are running, we're just going to take a little break. You can have a little drink of water. You can get up and stretch. If you need to use the washroom, now is a good opportunity to do so. And we're also going to watch a little video. So I love my bird videos, and so we can just watch the bird videos while the break goes on. So we're just going to be doing a break for about another minute or so. We'll be coming back to the lesson after a minute or so. Hunter says, handsome birds. They are very, very beautiful birds. And yeah, I'm happy that these guys come around to use the bird bath and the bird feeder. I've got these set up in the backyard, and I love yeah, well, I love watching these cute little guys come around the backyard. But anyways, let's go ahead and put the birds away, and we can continue the lesson. Okay, so what we need to do on the CryptoHack page is we need to copy the hex string. We're just going to grab the hex string, we're going to copy it, and then we're going to go over to the online Python website. So whatever code is already here, we're just going to highlight it all, and we're going to delete it. And then we're going to paste in the hex string. And what we need to do is we need to turn this into something that Python can work with. So the first thing we need to do is we need to wrap this up with some quotes. So the quote button on your keyboard, it's beside the semicolon and it's beside the backslash, maybe. Anyways, we want to wrap the string in quotes. So you know that the string is wrapped up in quotes when you see it turn dark green like this. So make sure that there's a quote on the left-hand side, and you make sure that there's a quote on the right-hand side. We're going to call this variable, we're going to call it hex underscore string. So hex underscore string equals this. The next thing we want to do is we want to convert this into bytes. And we're going to make another variable called hex bytes. And we're going to make it equal to hex underscore string. But we're going to need to use the special function that was mentioned on the CryptoHack page. So the function that was mentioned on the CryptoHack page was bytes.fromHex. So we're just going to use this on the hex string. So what we need to do is we need to put the variable name hex underscore string in the middle of the parentheses here. So hex underscore string. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to print this out. So we're just going to do print and then parentheses. And inside the parentheses, we're going to do hex underscore bytes. Okay, and then when we run this code, we're going to convert, well, we're going to specify that hex string is this right here. Then we specify that the hex bytes is going to be bytes from string, this function here. We run it on hex string. And then we print out the hex bytes, and it should be the flag. So when we run this, just go down to the bottom, click on run, and then we see this flag over here. So crypto, you'll be working with hex strings a lot. So just copy the flag over here. So highlight it, don't let go of the mouse button, click, do Control-C on the keyboard, and then you should be able to paste the flag. Let me get the flag for everybody, and I'll provide it to everybody in chat. So it just looks like that. So if you're having trouble writing the code, then you can copy the code from the GitHub page. So over at the GitHub page, this is going to be challenge number 4. So go down to challenge number 4. You're going to see the code inside this box here. Go ahead and click on the box. That'll copy all the code. Then go over to the online Python. Get rid of everything that's there. Paste in the code. And then run the code. So if you don't understand what's going on in the code, let us know in the chat, and we'll try to explain things better. Let me just explain as best as I can right now. So we've got this hex number. It's a really long number, and what we need to do is we need to convert this into bytes. So bytes are basically computer language. And when we convert the bytes into, when we convert the hexadecimal number into bytes and we print it out, then we'll get the flag for the challenge over here. Okay, so if you manage to, okay, let's go ahead and submit the flag and finish the challenge. Let me grab the flag first. We'll go over to CryptoHack. Not this one, this one. Okay, so on CryptoHack, scroll down to the end of the to the bottom of the page, and then paste in the flag, and then click on Submit. Okay, and it should say you have solved the challenge. If you manage to solve the challenge, let us know in the chat by typing in hex to flag smiley face. And if you had any trouble, let us know where you ran into some trouble. We'll try to get you back on track. Okay, we've got some people solving the challenge. Great, great. We've got one more challenge to do before we finish today's lesson, okay? So after you finish the challenge, what you want to do is you just want to click on the next button here to go to the final challenge that we're doing today. So this challenge is called Base 64. So this is a very common encoding scheme that we see in cybersecurity challenges. So another common encoding scheme is base64, which allows us to represent binary data as an ASCII string using an alphabet of 64 characters. One character of base64 string encodes 6 binary digits, so 4 characters of base64 encode 3 8-bit bytes. Base64 is commonly used online, so binary data such as images can be easily included into HTML or CSS files. So take the below hex string, decode it into bytes, and then encode it into base64. So we've got our hex string over here. We need to decode it into bytes, and then we need to encode it into base64. Okay, so before we start the challenge, let me explain a little more about the base64 system. So we're talking about base64 encoding, and base64 is a system which converts data bytes into strings made up of characters in the base64 character set. So the base64 character set it's basically like a system of numbers. So we got all of the uppercase letters, all of the lowercase letters, all the numbers, plus the symbols plus and slash. So if you see this kind of pattern, then it might be a base64 encoded string. So we can use the Linux terminal to do a base64 conversion. We can turn a message into base64 and we can turn it back. So for example, if I'm going to echo out the sentence HackerFrogs rule and we turn it into a base64 string, then it's going to look like this. So we take this text over here and then we encode it using base64 and we get this. So if we know this is a base64 string, we can convert it back into regular ASCII characters. So say we've got this, we can run this command and we can base64 decode it. And so that's how you convert something into base64. And then you can take the same message and you can convert it back into regular ASCII letters, just like this. Okay, so where were we? Here? Okay. So here's an example of encoding a string using base64. Note the presence of the equal signs at the end of the base64 encoded string. So another thing that we should pay attention to when we're talking about base64 encoded strings is that sometimes you're going to see these equal signs at the end of the string. It's a pretty good indication that it's a base64 encoded string. So base64 encoded strings will always consist of a number of characters that is divisible by the number 4. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So we got 20 characters over here. It's always going to be a number that's divisible by 4, and the number 20 is divisible by 4. So, and if that's not the case, then a number of equal signs, we call these padding characters, will be placed at the end of the string so that it is of the correct length. So if the string is only 18 characters long, they're going to add another 2 equal signs over here so that it equals a number that is divisible by the number 4. Okay, so learn base64 at CryptoHack. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. So let's go over to the CryptoHack website. And it asks us to take the below hex string, decode it into bytes, and then encode it into base64. So you can just grab the hex string here, copy it, then go over to online Python. Whatever code is already there, get rid of it, then paste in the hex string. So we need to put this in quotes. So put this in a single quote on either end. And we're going to call this hex underscore string. So this is going to be a variable called hex string. It's equal to this. The next thing we need to do is we need to, what were the instructions? So decode it into bytes. So I think we had in the previous challenge we got the function that we need to do to turn something into bytes. So we use this bytes.fromHex. So we're just going to use this function here for the current challenge. So this is the function we're going to use. The new variable we're going to make is going to be called hex bytes. So hex bytes equals bytes.fromHex, and in the center here, we need to specify what we're going to be turning into bytes, and that's going to be the hex string. So type in the center here hex underscore string, and then we need to encode it into base 64. So encoding into base 64 is another function over here, which they give us. So we can just copy this. The other thing we need to do before we can use this function is we need to import the base 64 module into our code. So if you think this is a bit complicated, then you can just go over to the GitHub. And in the GitHub, we've got the code for challenge number 5 down here. So all you need to do is click on the 2 squares here to copy the code, then go over to the Python website, get rid of what's already there, and then paste in the code. So to understand what's going on, we're going to go over it line by line. So on line number 1, we import the base 64 module into Python. So a module is basically a collection of code. So we're importing a bunch of other code that's called base 64 into this code. So the next thing we do is we paste in we create the hex string that we got from CryptoHack over here. Then we take that hex string and we turn it into bytes by running this function on it, bytes.fromHex on the hex string that we created up here. Then we base 64. Oh, sorry, this should be base 64 encoded. Anyways. Okay, so we base 64 encode the hex bytes, and we turn it into another variable called base 64 encoded. And then we print that thing out at the very last step over here. Okay, so, thank you very much for following on Twitch, KillB572, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and run this code. So just go down to the bottom and click on Run. And you get this flag over here, crypto base 64 encoding is web safe. So just copy the flag and let me see if I can, so just copy the flag over here, see if I can give this to everybody in chat. Okay, so that's the flag. Gameboy says base 64, import base 64, import bin ASCII. I don't know if we have to import bin ASCII for this particular piece of code, but that's fine. Okay, so let's see. The last thing we're going to do is we're going to submit this flag. Remember that the flag doesn't include this part. So the B and the single quote, this is not part of it, and the single quote at the end over here is not part of the flag either. So let's go ahead and submit the flag over to CryptoHack. So down at the bottom, click into the flag submission, paste in the flag, and then click on Submit. Okay, so it should say that you have solved this challenge. And if you're having trouble, let us know. But if you manage to finish the challenge, let everybody in chat know by typing in the chat, "It's all based." Smiley face. Yeah, both of them work. Both of them work. So it's as long as the code works, that's all that matters. Yeah. Okay, and if you had any trouble with any part of the challenge, let us know. The great thing about these challenges is that if you don't want to type out all this code, and you probably don't want to, you can just go over to the GitHub page and you can just click on the little boxes, and that's going to copy all the code over. That's a much easier way to do it. But you should probably be paying attention to to what the code is actually doing. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and summarize today's lesson, and then we can finish up for today. So CryptoHack is a pretty great little website for learning about cryptography, and we're going to be using it in a few other lessons as well. Okay, nice to see that other people have been completing the challenges. Neems on Twitch says, "What's good? We're just about to finish out our cryptography class, and let's do a little summary over here." So let's review the cryptography concepts we learned in today's workshop. So what is encoding? We were learning about encoding, and it refers to the process of converting data from one form to another, often for the purpose of efficient storage, transmission, or representation. So we learned about a few different ways that we can encode information, such as ASCII encoding over here. ASCII is a common text encoding system which assigns numerical values to letters, numbers, and symbols. We learned about hexadecimal conversion. So hexadecimal can be used to represent ASCII characters, and conversion between hex and ASCII is a form of encoding. So if we turn the hex number into a decimal number, that's we could call that encoding as well. If we turn a decimal number into a binary number, that can also be considered a form of encoding. And the last thing we learned about today was we learned about base 64 encoding. So base 64 is a method of converting data bytes into alphanumeric strings and is often featured in CTF challenges. I can't emphasize enough that you're going to see a lot of these base 64 encoded strings when you do CTF challenges. And it's something you really need to learn how to identify. So what's next? So in the next HackerFrogs After School Cryptography workshop, we'll begin to look at classical encryption methods, which are often featured in cybersecurity CTF competitions. So let's see. This is an example. Well, this over here is an example of some classic cryptography. We're going to be learning about this in the next class. So the Roman Emperor cipher, often called the Caesar cipher, we're going to be learning about that. Okay, so I think we are just about finished with this class today. But for everybody on Twitch and YouTube, we're going to be taking a little break while we finish out the class on Zoom. But after we come back, we're going to be talking about cybersecurity education platforms, and we're going to be doing some gaming with Baba as you. But that's going to be in a couple of minutes. And in the meantime, please watch the Be Right Back screen. We'll probably be away for a couple minutes, and then we'll come back to the stream and continue. So enjoy the Be Right Back screen and enjoy the music. All right, everybody, we're back. All right, so what are we? We just finished our cryptography lesson. Anyways, let's put on some new music because I don't like just talking. I like to put on some music as well. Let's put on some moody sci-fi music from Dungeon of the Endless. Awesome. Okay, let's continue. So what else are we doing today? We've got a few other things that we're going to be doing in today's stream. The next thing we're going to be talking about is we're going to be talking about cybersecurity education platforms. So if you're not familiar with what we've already talked about for cybersecurity education platforms, let me go ahead and get a link for everybody. So we've been talking about cybersecurity education platforms for the last couple of weeks, and we've been recording all of our results in this GitHub document over here. So we've been basically talking about some different education platforms where we can learn about cybersecurity, and today we're going to be taking a slightly different course. But yeah, so aside from that, we're also going to be doing some stuff on the Baba Is You game, which is our favorite puzzle game, and we're going to be doing a few levels from that game in about an hour or so. And then after that, we're going to be doing a challenge, a Linux hacking challenge over at dockerlabs.es. So dockerlabs.es is a great little website where we can download Docker containers, which you can hack against. HackerOne is, well, I mean, I don't know if we're going to be doing HackerOne on stream because if you find a big vulnerability in a website on stream, that means that everybody else gets to see the vulnerability on the website, and it can be used to do bad stuff. And we certainly don't want to let bad people do bad stuff to websites. But yeah, thank you for that suggestion. Okay, so that's going to be Linux hacking. We're going to be doing that in a couple hours. So let's go ahead and we're going to talk about our education platforms now. So education platforms, we use all sorts of education platforms when you're learning about cybersecurity. And what we're going to be doing is nothing bad, only good, of course. We only do good things over here. We're going to be taking a slightly different approach today when we're talking about cybersecurity education platforms. Good can't be without bad, same as bad. That's it sounds like philosophy, but anyways, let's talk about these education platforms. I think we're going to create a different document for this. So let's go ahead and create a new document. So we're just going to call this session 2 education, actually topics to education, topics to platforms. This is the document we're going to be working with today. Simon Dante successfully redeemed Hack the Planet. It's acting a little bit slow. That's Let me see if I can get this working. Let's do war games.
We're in.
Shall we play?
Oh, that's weird. Can you hear?
Global thermonuclear.
Can you hear the Wow, you can hear it, but I can't hear it. Wow, that's not good. Sound is good, yeah, but I can't. I can't hear it. This is going to be a problem. Let me see if I can. Hold on, I'm going to replay one of the alerts. Oh, this is no good. Hold on. I'm going to mess around with my settings a little bit. Just a second, everybody. I need to start disabling some of my devices. Okay, let's try that one more time. Okay, now I can hear. Geez. Lasvin asks, what is your main OS? So I'm using Windows 10 as the host, but I'm also running a bunch of virtual machines. I've got a Kali Linux virtual machine over here, and okay, so we're just gonna edit this this document over here, and I think I can grab the first little part of this other document as a base. Let's take a look at the raw thing. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this. So we're just going to be talking about a bunch of different platforms and what we can get out of this. So this is Hacker Media topic number 2. We're talking about topics. We're going to call this platforms for cybersecurity topics. Okay, so what are we going to do? How are we going to format this? So we're going to do, let's just say, oh, we got ads running right now. I'm sorry. When ads run on YouTube, when they run on Twitch, we run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on some birds for just a little bit while we run out the ad. So we're just going to take a little water break now. We'll be back in about 20 seconds. Okay, so everybody should be back. Let's go ahead and put the birds away. Okay, so we're going to be talking about where we can learn about specific topics for cybersecurity today, as opposed to just taking a look at the platforms themselves. So I guess we're going to be talking about the some major cybersecurity topics. Well, we're going to be focusing on topics that we see in CTF competitions. Let's see. So I guess the topic, what are some common cybersecurity categories that we're going to find in these as topics of education for these platforms? So we're going to be talking about where to learn Linux, or maybe we're going to talk about where to learn Python. That's a pretty common topic. Where are we going to be learning about web app security, web app hacking, and so if we take a look at the common categories on something like PicoCTF, C++, I guess we could talk about programming in general. So programming in general, web app hacking, what else? Cryptography. Where do we learn digital forensics? Where do we learn reverse engineering? And where do we learn binary hacking? And I guess we could talk about just general network hacking and boot to root, which is a common type of exercise over there. Okay, so let's talk about where we can learn these different topics. So, for example, Linux. So where would you learn Linux? Jonathan Smith, oh, I saw you earlier today. I think you were asking about when the session was going to start earlier. Is this a beginner or intermediate session? So our education session is already finished. We're just doing some other topic on stream right now, but it was a beginner session. So the beginner session, this was talking about cryptography, and that happened at the beginning of today's stream up until about the 1 hour mark. So if you want to rewind, you can go back to the beginning of the stream and then watch the lesson. It's basically the first 60 minutes of the stream. But welcome. Gameboy says, how is it to teach amazing from beginner? Amazing from beginner. Perfect, thanks. No worries, Jonathan. Yeah, nice to see you here. So where do we learn Linux? There are a few different resources we can learn Linux at. I think we could do Try Hack Me. So Try Hack Me has a unit on learning about Linux, and we can go ahead and give the URL for Try Hack Me as well. So let's see. Let me see if I can get it. Try Hack Me. Yeah, this is it. I'm going to try to get rid of as many of these tabs as possible because there's a lot of tabs. Where are we? Here. So Try Hack Me, tryhackme.com. That's my bad. I only know computer language. Interesting. Game Boy, where are you from? Just out of curiosity. So we can learn Linux at Try Hack Me. Another place we could, a good place to learn Linux is something like Linux Journey. Linux Journey. Is it .com or .org? I think it might be .org. Maybe I should search for it. Linux Journey. Here we go. linuxjourney.com. Let me grab that link. Here. Okay, so this is called Linux Journey. It's another great place you can learn about Linux. Oh, Game Boy's from Israel. That's great. Nice to see you here. Welcome. So yeah, so Try Hack Me, Linux Journey. If anybody knows some other places, some other good places to learn about Linux stuff, let us know in the chat. But we can also talk about some other topics here. So for example, programming. So programming's there are some great resources for learning programming, such as Codecademy. I like to recommend Hack the Box. Hack the Box for learning programming. Or Hack the Box for learning other stuff. So we've got, Hack the Box for learning Linux. Really? Hold on. So Hack the Box. Yeah, they do have Hack the Box Academy, right? So let me see if I can get the link for Hack the Box Academy. So it'd be academy.hackthebox.com. Game Boy says, "Thank you. I'm really glad I found your channel. You do amazing stuff. Thank you. If you think I'm doing a good job, then I'm happy to hear it." Okay, where we were here. Okay, so this is Hack the Box Academy. It's another place where you can learn about Linux stuff. The next topic, well, let's think about where we can learn about programming. So Codecademy is a common place where we can learn about programming. It's very famous. Codecademy. Let me grab this. Too many of these things. Let's put this at the end so I can remember. Okay, so Codecademy, and Kevin Johnson says Active Directory hacking is also popular. It's more gathering info. Let me see if I can add this. So let's see. Topic active Windows Active Directory. Okay, yeah, I've added it to the topic list. So we're talking about programming right now. If you have a favorite place to learn about programming, let us know and we can add it to the document over here. So I was thinking maybe there's a site called ASM Tutor, and that specifically talks about doing x86 assembly language. And let me grab the link for that. asmtutor.com. Okay, and let's include it here. So ASM Tutor for assembly. There's another great website for learning about all sorts of different programming languages. I think it's called learnpython.org. But this isn't just Python. You can learn about you can learn a lot of different languages at this website. Let's see if it loads up for us. I hope it does. Okay, so I wonder if there's, let's see, they've got a more language section over here. So the thing is that there's a bunch of different languages you can learn from this website, but I don't know where to find the general page. Hello World, yeah. Hello World is the first thing we learn in any language. But you can actually learn like Python, Java, HTML, Go, C, C++, JavaScript, all this different stuff. There's no there are no real modern languages here, unfortunately. But anyways, let me go ahead and copy this over to our document. So this one is called Learn Python. So actually teaches many different languages. And let's put in the URL. Okay. And where else can we learn? Learn CPP is great for C++. Yeah, let me check that out. Okay, so we got free tutorials. We like to see free. So learn CPP, great. Let me copy that. So it's called Learn C++. Okay. And I guess it's kind of implied that this is for C++. Include the Okay, so learn C++. What else could we put in here? So there's actually a really great course for learning Python. It's called Skills for All, Python Essentials 1. So they've got Python Essentials 1, we've got Python Essentials 2 as well. But I think I'm just going to leave the link for this course. It's really, really good for learning Python. Just need to wait for the site to load. Hold on. I think we need to reload the site. Come on. Okay, it works. So the great thing about this course is that it's sponsored by Cisco, and you know that Cisco doesn't just sponsor anybody. Cisco is a really important networking company. But yeah, let's go ahead and record this. So this one's called Skills for Python Essentials. Of course, this is just for Python. So my code says W3 Schools is also a great resource for learning different languages. Many of our first experiences were HTML on Angel Fire and GeoCities in the early 2000s. I wasn't doing any developing back then. I remember those websites, but I didn't make any websites on those with those services. The Tasteful Thickness, welcome to the stream. You know what? Cisco is the most hacked company. Well, that's I don't really know about how often Cisco is hacked. But you know what? Everybody, why don't we take a look at Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Zero Null says, wow, those sites were a blast from the past. We do a lot of nostalgia stuff over on this channel because, well, I mean, I grew up in the 90s, so I remember a lot of stuff that some of the younger people don't. Okay, so we got Python Essentials. Somebody else mentioned W3 Schools. So let's just take a look at the landing page for W3 Schools. So it says learn to code. I think there's a lot of stuff that's free here, so that's it's something I really appreciate about W3 schools. I wish there was, well, let's see. Let me take a look at Python, for example, and maybe we can take a look at, let's see. So if I go to some random page, okay. Oh, interesting. So we can actually, oh, this is great. This is great. We can actually run the code and see what's going on. So can we adjust the code? Can we have it say something else? How about we have it say HackerFrogs rule? Run that thing. Is it really running that thing? Hold on. A long time ago it was only HTML. I'm glad to see maybe the resources for this isn't all that great. Or rather the resources. But anyways, we can recommend W3 schools. Okay, so W3 schools, okay. And what else? So for example, let's say we wanted to learn about C Sharp. I'm pretty sure that Microsoft itself has like a whole website for learning about C Sharp. C Sharp course free. Okay, we got Codecademy for C Sharp as well. Microsoft has a bunch of stuff on C Sharp. Let's see if this website is any good. So free courses, tutorials, videos, and more about learning the programming language C Sharp. And let's just accept this. This isn't much of a landing page, but I'll just copy it. I'll just copy it anyways. So let's see. What was this called? It's called Learn C Sharp. Okay, and well, this is obviously only for C Sharp. Okay, and let's see. Let's get off of the topic of learning about programming, and we'll talk about learning some other subjects. So the next topic is going to be web app hacking. So when I think of web app hacking, the first thing that I think of is going to be Portswigger. So Portswigger Academy or Portswigger Web Academy. And so Portswigger Web Academy is going to be located over here. So portswigger.net, web security. So this is a really great resource for learning about all sorts of web app hacking topics. And Portswigger are the creators of the Burp Suite tool, which means that considering that the Burp Suite tool is the most widely used tool for learning about, for doing like web app attacks, or web app security testing rather, they probably know their stuff. I've used a lot of Portswigger Academy in the past, and it's a really great website for learning about this stuff. So let's see. Let's go ahead and leave the link. So another place to learn about web app hacking would be Over the Wire Natus, and the Natus CTF game is over. Let's see. Well, let's just search for it. It's over here. So this is a CTF wargame that teaches about the basics of server-side web security. And, well, it's basically learning by solving challenges. I've covered the Natus game pretty extensively on my channel, and it's a pretty popular game for learning about web app security. Let's go ahead and include this. Okay. So Over the Wire Natus. What else is pretty popular for learning web app stuff? I guess Another thing that we can recommend is the OWASP. Oh, well, TryHackMe has a lot of good stuff for web app as well. So let's include that. So it would be TryHackMe, and I guess we could also include Hack the Box Academy. And let me get the link for Hack the Box Academy up here. Got it here. So all the major platforms will teach you about web app stuff. Oh, you know, another great place for web app stuff is going to be EchoCTF Red or Echo Red CTF. So if you've never used this site before, it's very similar to TryHackMe. No, sorry, it's very similar to Hack the Box. You sign up for the website and then you get a VPN key, and then you're able to tunnel into the network and then access the challenges from there. So they've got a bunch of different networks filled with virtual machines that you can hack, and it's a really good resource for learning about web app hacking. Most of the machines on the website have some sort of web app. It's very web app focused, is what I'm trying to say. So this is Echo Red or EchoCTF. So EchoCTF is here, and Hacking Hub. I think Hacking Hub is another good resource for learning about this kind of stuff. Hacking Hub, hackinghub.io. So hackinghub.io is a website that was created by some popular YouTubers, and the popular YouTubers we're talking about are Ben. I can't pronounce this last name. Sadeghipour. Anyways, they're online as Nahamsek, and there's also John Hammond. So John Hammond is probably one of the biggest cybersecurity channels on YouTube, and yeah, so these two have joined forces to create this service over here, hackinghub.io. And it's mostly going to be about web app hacking because Ben over here is a very, very well-known figure in the cybersecurity scene, talking about bug bounty hunting. Gameboy says, John Hammond amazing. Yeah, John Hammond is very, very popular. Anyways, let's go ahead and leave this over here. So this is Hacking Hub. And there's the IP address. Sorry, the web address. Okay, so I think, man, there's a lot of stuff that covers web. What else could we? I guess another place to look to learn about web is the OWASP. Organization. They publish the OWASP Top 10, and let's see. So, OWASP Top 10, this is OWASP.org. So, I don't know if this is necessarily a training platform, but you can get a lot of information about web app security from the OWASP site. So, Last Vin says, so your streaming will become a video after on YouTube? I need to watch it tomorrow. Last Vin, yeah, you can, so the YouTube stream over here, you can go back. This is going to be recorded. You can just go back to my live stream, and you can watch any of our previous live streams over here. Let me get the link for you. Zero Null says, I saw Hammond in person this past weekend. Oh, what convention were you at, Zero Null? Let us know. Because I haven't met John Hammond in person myself. I haven't really been to too many cybersecurity conventions. I should really make myself out to. I should get myself out to Black Hat and to DEF CON one of these days. Maybe after I become a little bit more popular. B-Sides Tampa. Oh, down in Florida. Awesome, awesome. Oh, he was the keynote speaker. That's great. Game Boy says it's more gathering, but I think both subjects can be linked together. let's see, gathering. Gathering? Not, let me, oh, yeah, OWASP, right? Yeah. So let's go ahead and leave OWASP over here. So OWASP organization. So we'll leave the link for that. The tasteful thickness says those conventions are very political. B-sides shouldn't be political, neither should DEF CON. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say because like hackers and cybersecurity professionals in general kind of have political leanings by default. I wouldn't label any particular cybersecurity convention as left-wing or right-wing unless they lean very, very heavily in one direction or another. I also don't want to talk too much about politics on this channel because we're trying to keep talking about cybersecurity stuff and not talk about politics. But the tasteful thickness, thank you very much for letting us know about that. Okay, so what else? Where else can we learn about web app hacking? So web app hacking, you know what? I think part of web app hacking is learning about cloud stuff. And one great resource for learning about cloud security is Contra Security, because they've got a top 10 for AWS. So AWS is probably the most commonly found cloud service for web applications, and I guess I will include it in the list for cloud security. Cloud security is a type of web app security, of course. Let's make another topic for this. So this one is going to be topic cloud security, and this is what? Contra AWS top 10. Pentester Lab. Yeah, I keep on forgetting about these platforms because there's too many of them. But let me get this one for AWS security stuff. Another one for AWS cloud security would be the flaws challenge. Flaws.cloud. So if you take a look over here, this is a little CTF where you can use your cloud pen testing skills to get flags. So I'll leave. Of course, Kevin Johnson says you are just as amazing. Well, I mean, I try my best. Thank you very much for the vote of confidence. Okay, so this is flaws.cloud, or let's see, flaws AWS CTF challenge. Okay, and Pentester Lab. So Pentester Lab, let me take a look at Pentester Lab. So Pentester Lab, well, there's a bunch of different topics. I think web is probably one of the major ones on Pentester Lab as well. So I'll record it for web app hacking. So let's see, Pentester Lab. Okay. All right. So let's see. HXUU says, I'm new to CTFs and I want to improve. Any advice other than typical play and read write-ups? Well, it's hard. It's hard to say. HXUU, let me know what experience you already have. You say you're new to CTFs. Are you new to technology in general? Do you know about computer networking? Do you know about computer programming? What background are you coming from when you say that you're new to CTFs? So you say not quite new actually. So I'll give you a little bit of a recommendation. So I've got my YouTube over here, and I've got a playlist for PicoCTF. PicoCTF is probably a good place to start if you're an absolute beginner for CTF stuff. And let me go ahead and grab the playlist. So PicoCTF is well, let me just pull it up. PicoCTF is a really great platform for learning about CTFs, and what I want you to do is go to the playlist, and in each one of the videos on the playlist, it's going to have the URL of the challenge that they're doing. Oh, sorry, I need to take a break. So we're taking a little advertising break because there are ads running on Twitch, and let me go ahead and put on some birds. So watch the birds. We will be back in about a minute. And I'm just going to have a little bit of water. Okay, so HX says, I do new in the sense that I can't compete in hard CTFs like Sekai, etc., but strong enough to rank in intermediate CTFs like DICE. So haven't heard of these CTF competitions. Well, I mean, I'm not super surprised because there's a lot of stuff. The CTF world is really, really big, and it's hard to know about everything. It's hard to know about everything. I've only been doing cybersecurity for a few years, and there's all sorts of stuff that I'm discovering, new stuff that I'm discovering. Let's see. Noah did not take the bird with him. Well, maybe, who knows which bird they took with them. Let's see. HX says, currently where I'm standing, I feel like I've reached a plateau, or so I think. Every day a new day. Yeah. Okay. Let's put the birds away and let's continue to talk. So HXEU says, I feel like you've reached a plateau. So which CTF categories are you most comfortable doing, HXUU? So HXU referenced a couple of different CTF competitions. So Sekai CTF, Project Sekai CTF. Okay. So I haven't heard of this one, but I mean, I'll believe you when you say that that it's a big CTF, because there's just too much stuff that I don't know about the cybersecurity world. So you say that you've done the Sekai CTF, and I guess this CTF is archived. So when they say it's archived, does that mean that we can do the challenges right now? Oh, this is awesome. Huh. You know what? Thank you very much for introducing me to this. I'm gonna save this. I can actually do the challenges, if we can actually do the challenges after the competition is over, then this is gonna be great. So HXU says web. So web is, you consider web to be your strongest challenge. Okay, well, your strongest category. Interesting. I'm going to take a look at this CTF website a little bit later. Okay, so the other one that HXU mentioned was DICE. So DICE CTF. So DICE CTF. Okay, so this is dice.ng. What is ng? What is that? What is that domain? Or that? Let's see. Like I said, you know, there's just too much. There's just too many CTF competitions out there. It's hard to know them all. But you feel like you've reached a plateau for CTF stuff. I mean, it's themed about the Project Sekai game. Project Sekai game. Project Sekai game. Oh, Hatsune Miku. Okay, okay. So it's a rhythm. It's a rhythm game. Awesome, awesome. Okay. But yeah, you say that you feel like you've reached a plateau. I mean, there's always more to learn as far as like CTF stuff is concerned. I would recommend. Well, I mean, do you know about Pico CTF? Have you solved a lot of stuff on Pico CTF? And if you've solved the stuff on Pico CTF, I would recommend that you try the stuff over at Echo CTF, because the stuff at Echo CTF, they're mostly web app challenges, and there's a lot to learn there. And I think most of the challenges are pretty. I found that the level of challenge at Echo CTF is pretty high. You can learn a lot of stuff here, and there's also write-ups. As far as getting better is concerned, basically do the challenges, do the write-ups, watch the walkthroughs if you need to. It's an ongoing process. But let's go ahead and well, we can do a few more. We can write a little bit more about where we're going to be learning about all this stuff before we wrap up today. So let's see, we talked a little bit about cloud security, we talked about web app security stuff, and the next topic is cryptography. So this is actually something I don't know very much about. I know there's CryptoHack, and that was the website that we were using today, over here. So cryptohack.org, it's a great place to learn about cryptography. And I think there was somebody mentioned something called CryptoPals. CryptoPals, let me go ahead and look that up. CryptoPals. Oh, HX says you started off on Pico CTF. Did you start on Pico CTF or did you start on Echo CTF? So cryptopals.com, let's go ahead and copy this as well. So CryptoPals. So for cryptography, there's also Over the Wire. They've got a game called, I think it's called Krypton. Let me go ahead and get that one too. Over the Wire Krypton. Here we go. HXU says, it's 1 a.m. here, do you stream often? So I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And we've got a schedule over at our Reddit. Let me get the Reddit. So it's reddit.com/r/HackerFrogs, and we publish our schedule that we're going to be, well, that we try to stick to every week. So on Mondays, we tend to do Linux stuff. On Wednesday, we try to do web app stuff. And on Friday, we're doing all sorts of stuff. But sometimes we try to do Windows stuff on Fridays. But yeah, if you want to take a look at the schedule for this week, for example, this is the link. We've got a bunch of different topics that we like to cover for each stream. So if you take a look at the schedule, you can roughly figure out what we're going to be doing. HX says, on Pico, I was doing forensics there, then I moved on to Portswigger Web Academy. That's true. That's probably the best place you want to learn about web app security, is going to be at the Portswigger Labs. So the unfortunate thing about the web app labs over at Portswigger is that to do maybe 25% of the labs, you need to have Portswigger Pro, you have to have Burp Suite Pro, because most of the challenges that required you use the Burp Suite Collaborator, you can't really do them without a professional version of Burp Suite. But aside from that, it's a really great site for learning about web app security. Okay, so let's see, that's cryptography. Let's do a couple of sites for the rest of these topics. So we got digital forensics, and I guess something like Let's Defend would be really good for digital forensics. HXUU says, the stream looks very cool, I'd like to join you next time. Yeah, no problem. And if you gotta go, You probably live in Europe? Do you live in Europe? Is that why it's 1 a.m. where you are? Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Here you go. So let's defend. This is blue team training. And I think the other really big site for learning about digital forensics would be something like, well, there's also TryHackMe. They've got a bunch of digital forensics stuff there too. Let me grab that link for TryHackMe. TryHackMe and Hack the Box Academy. Oh, right. I mean, if you're in Israel, then it would be a little bit later than it would be for Europe. Yeah, okay. So I'm guessing that HX is in Europe and the Game Boy is in Israel. That's what I'm guessing. But you know what? That's just a guess. Okay, so digital forensics. That's these are my picks, and if you know another great website for digital forensics, let us know. I think... What is it called? There's too many of these things. Is it called Defend or Blue Team something something? I think TryHackMe and Hack the Box can be in every line. So some of these websites are... Well, that's true. We can do TryHackMe and Hack the Box Academy and Cryptography as well. Yeah. Let's see. So Hack the Box Academy, Blue. It was called some Cyber. I think it was called Cyber Defenders. Cyber Defenders, right? Cyberdefenders.org. So this is actually a really good site for learning about blue team stuff. And they've got a bunch of free stuff here as well, which I really appreciate because I am all about the free stuff. So it's called Cyber Defenders. Over here. Okay, so reverse engineering. This is, where do we learn reverse engineering? Well, TryHackMe and Hack the Box, of course. And another great site for reverse engineering would be, I guess PicoCTF could be most of these things as well. Let me go ahead and paste in PicoCTF for everything. PicoCTF.org. Let's just paste this in for everything as well. Cloud security. Well, there's no cloud security stuff for PicoCTF. YouTube for, well, I mean, I guess I don't know about YouTube. I was thinking about just dedicated platforms for cybersecurity stuff. YouTube is, well, it's also exclusively video, but I guess it's true. It's just that if I put YouTube links in here, I basically have to put YouTube for every subject, So reverse engineering, if you know any other good sites for reverse engineering, I'd like to know, because I'm actually planning on writing a reverse engineering course in the near future. And, well, one site that's really good for reverse engineering is Crackme's, crackmes.one. And this is basically a bunch, it's a big collection of CrackMe files that we can do for reverse engineering. So CrackMe's, it's just called CrackMe's. Pwn College, yeah. So Pwn College is, I wish Pwn College would let people do live streaming and YouTube videos for their challenges, but they won't let you. And I don't want to disrespect the people at Pwn College by broadcasting their stuff without permission. But yeah, Pwn College is a really good place to learn about binary hacking and reverse engineering. So another place to learn binary hacking is, what is it called? OpenSecurityTraining.info. Let me check that out. Let's see. OpenSecurityTraining.info. So in the spirit of open courseware and Khan Academy, OpenSecurityTraining.info is training material for computer security classes on any topic. So let me take a quick look at what we've got. We got training, we got games. Interesting. So I'm actually very interested in collecting more of these websites because, you know, there's free stuff everywhere, and when you're a student, you don't necessarily want to pay for stuff you don't need to, and I'm really interested in providing everybody with a bunch of free stuff. But are these live classes? And let's see, we also have games. One of the hardest challenges when presenting training is to provide opportunities for students to interact with the material. Okay, and what is this? Roxor Arcade. I've never heard of this. What is this? What is this? I'm gonna have to take a look at this a little bit later. I don't know if I've got the time right now. Okay, so let's take a look. So we got Pwn College for binary hacking. Another good place for binary stuff is, well, I mean, there are lots of websites that that have binary hacking challenges, but one of the ones that I really like is ROP Emporium. Let me get the link for ROP Emporium. There we go. ROP Emporium, great. Okay. Here you go. User 942 says, "Hey man, what is up?" The men say hi back. Nice to see you guys here. Anyways, let's give another fun video redeem. We gotta keep ourselves awake. How about a Devil's Bedroom? If you know what series this is from, let us know in chat.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
So sometimes the servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Where is that from? User 942 says, "How many years have you been doing this?" I would say about, I started learning cybersecurity in the year 2020. So when the pandemic hit, I decided to learn about cybersecurity stuff. So I haven't been doing this for a super long time, only about 5 years. But yeah, now I'm trying to teach people how to do this stuff. And well, the results are the results are out there. But yeah, about 5 years. Simon Dante says, "These bedrooms have more devils than the server's firewalls. Sometimes the devils are in the details." AS, hello, nice to see you here. Nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's. We got network hacking over here. So boot to root. So how many places have boot to root machines? There's a lot of them. So I can name. Okay, there's Try Hack Me. There's Hack the Box. there's I use so many of these services. So hack the box, and that is HTTPS hackthebox.com, and there's Volnix, and that is volnix.com. There is, oh geez, hackmyvm.eu. So hackmyvm is located at hackmyvm.eu. And Docker Labs. So Docker Labs is filled with vulnerable Docker containers at https dockerlabs.es. And what else? Another one that I like to use is the Hackers Labs, and that is at thehackerslabs.com. So if you know any, I've actually come across some foreign language sites before. This one is in Spanish, so if you speak Spanish, you'll be at home over here. So I'm just going to put this down here. So it's the Hackers Labs, and what else? There's also VulnLab, VulnHub. So VulnHub is the original website that everybody used back in the day. It's actually not a very user-friendly website. There's a lot of Spanish challenge sites. If you know some, let us know in chat, because I'm actually looking for new ones. So let's see, what were we looking for? VulnHub, right. So vulnhub.com. Spanish and Brazilian. VulnHub is a place where you can download machines, but the user interface is awful. It's awful trying to find anything on VulnHub. So that's VulnHub. There's also Offensive Security. Offensive Security Proving Ground. And let me see if user 942 says 5 years is not a short time. It's not a short time, but it's not a super long time either. I still consider myself kind of new to cybersecurity, but I'm trying to spread the love. What was that site? What was I looking for? I was looking for, Offensive Security Proving Ground. So OffSec Proving Ground. So Proving Ground's virtual pen testing labs. Let's go ahead and go over here. Okay, they've got Proving Grounds Practice, Proving Grounds Play, try for free. We're all about the free stuff over here. User 942 says, I started 5 months ago, 21, and I think I'm really late. You don't have to feel really late coming into cybersecurity when you're 21 years old. I came into cybersecurity after I turned 40. So you've got a lot of time. You've got a lot of time. If you compare yourself to the people who started cybersecurity when they were like 13 or 14, then maybe you could consider yourself a little bit late. I wouldn't consider myself late at all when you're getting into it at 21. Okay, so I guess the last thing we can do is we can talk about Active Directory stuff, and then we can end off for the day. Pwnable.kr. Zero Nell says, I started in my 30s around 2020. Never too late. Pwnable.kr. I think that's mostly, is it reversing challenges or binary hacking challenges? So pwnable.kr. Okay, so let's see. Is this game hacking? It's binary stuff. Okay. So let me copy this. Oh, there's a play button over here. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, this looks. I think I tried a couple of challenges over here. Let me copy this. So this would be binary hacking. So this is pwnable KR. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much for the recommendation. AS, thank you. Let's see, what else? So yeah, user 9942. That's not a. You're not too late. And if you want to learn, well, I mean, how much have you learned so far, user 9942? Let us know how much you already know. Do you already know computer networking? Do you already know programming? Do you know Python? Have you done app development before? Because you don't have to consider yourself late to the party, even if you don't know that stuff right now. You can always teach yourself it. It just takes time. So Windows Active Directory hacking, well, a good resource for that is try Hack Me and Hack the Box, as usual. And what else? So VulnLab. VulnLab. Is it all one word? This is also very highly recommended for Active Directory. So VulnLab, vulnlabs.com. So vulnlabs.com, oh, it's not. This isn't the website. Here we go. So vulnlab.com is well, if you're really serious about learning Active Directory hacking, you probably want to try out VulnLab. It's a paid service, and I think, how much do you pay for VulnLab? So it is 10 to 15 euros per month. It's a little bit expensive for just Active Directory, but it's pretty niche stuff. So I'd say it's worth the price if you're really interested in learning about Windows Active Directory hacking. Let me put in the URL, okay? So VulnLab, another good place to learn about Active Directory stuff, probably the Hackers Labs. So over here. And if anybody else has a good resource for learning about Windows Active Directory hacking, let us know. I guess another thing that we could take a look at is a game of Active Directory. See, so or the GOAD, the game of Active Directory. The thing is that this is you need to set up the infrastructure yourself. So that kind of gets in the way of well, I guess you need to teach yourself how to set up Active Directory environments if you want to play this game. But I'll leave this in the list because it's a very good resource. So a game of Active Directory. And that's the link. Defa says VulnLab isn't only AD, but it's probably everything you need for AD. Well, I haven't used. Well, okay. It's not just Active Directory, but it is the place you want to go for Active Directory. And another thing that, oh, you know what? It is most well known for the Active Directory chains part of the platform. They got Red Team Labs, they've got guidance, and it's very well regarded as far as learning Active Directory is concerned. Anyways, we're gonna have to call it here, and we'll save out the file because I think we need resources like this, like big lists of platforms that we can go to learn different skills. I will save this, and then we'll save it. We'll give it to everybody in chat, just in case you want to take a look at all the stuff we wrote today. Here you go. So eventually, we're going to put together our Discord server or something else where we can set up our community page. Bad Blood on GitHub, great stuff. Let me look that up. GitHub Bad Blood. Okay, so what is this? 80 stuff. Oh, these are scripts. Bad Blood by SecFrame fills a Active Directory domain with the structure and thousands of objects. Okay, so this is kind of similar to Game of Active Directory, where it's an environment you can set up to do Active Directory testing. Cool. Let me add that to the list. So I'll add that to Active Directory. Okay, and let's go ahead and save this out. We got ads. So when there are ads on YouTube, sorry, ads on Twitch, they're also on YouTube. Let's go ahead and put on another bird. How about this bird? When does the bird appear? It appears pretty soon. Okay, we're going to take about a minute break because we need to wait for the ads to run out on Twitch and on YouTube. But we'll be back in about a minute. Just have to take a little water break. Hack the birds. Okay, so let's see. User942 says, I actually started when I was 15 and was actively involved for a year, but for some reason I decided I was more interested in physics. Worst decision ever. Listen, physics is it's a very important science, and you don't have to feel bad about being interested in physics, but if it's not really something you're good at, then it's good to be able to admit that you're not good at physics. I'm not saying that you're not good at physics. I'm just trying to say that if cybersecurity is more of your thing, then by all means learn cybersecurity. But anyways, let's put the birds away. Let's get on with our next topic. But yeah, don't feel bad for looking into something and then finding out later that it wasn't the thing for you. People do this all the time. I went to university for art. Hack the physics. Yeah, no, I mean, I changed my course several different times. Defus says there are also NetExec AD labs. They've added a new one recently. You know, let me take a look at that as well. Maybe we can add this to the platform. So add this to the list. Let's see. Let me grab your GitHub. Oops. Okay, so NetExec. So in this repository, you'll find everything. You'll find the labs used during NetExec's workshop. So if you want to learn about Windows Active Directory hacking, then yeah, this looks like another great place. And I'm really glad that I decided to do this topic because I've learned about a lot of new platforms from the viewers here. I really appreciate it. Let's add this to the list. So what is this called? NetExec Labs? NetExec Labs. Okay, let's save this out. And what are we going to be doing for the next topic for the stream? So the next topic is for the stream, we're going to be doing some gaming. And it's not going to be your regular gaming, but it's going to be some gaming that really makes us think about hacking and all sorts of other great stuff. But let's go ahead. We've got this saved down. I think I can close this tab. And I think we can close this tab too. I'm just trying to minimize the number of tabs that I have open because it's kind of bothering me a little bit. The Hackers Labs, we don't need this. Echo CTF, nope. Just trying to get rid of as many of my browser tabs as possible. Okay, so this is the next topic. We're going to be talking about Baba Is You. So Baba Is You is a great puzzle game, and it's all about making rules and breaking rules. And we also tend to think about this. Let's see, when we're doing our hacking stuff. Game Boy says, with so many tabs, it's trying to study buffer overflow. Yeah, if you have too many tabs open on your web browser, you'll find that your memory is going to really start to have issues. But anyway, let's go ahead and start up the game Baba Is You. So we've been doing a series on this game. Let me go ahead. Can everybody hear? I'm going to play the music. If you can hear the music, let me know in the chat by saying that you can hear the music. If not, then tell me that you cannot. Okay, this is the game. Let's make it full screen. Let's go ahead and move over to our other save spot. You hear that funky music, that's great. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to be doing a few levels from this game. I think about 7 of them, and hopefully we can talk about how we're solving each one of these levels. Oh, looks like we unlocked a new level. Okay, so what are we doing today? So we've conquered 3 different areas already. We've conquered the lake area, the solitary island area, and the temple ruins area. The next area that we're going to be taking a look at is the Forest of Fall area over here, and let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on here. So the first level is called Hop, and there are some new rules that are introduced in this area. We'll talk about them as we're introduced to them. Okay, so this level introduces the tele rule. For everybody who doesn't know, I'll just do a quick recap of what happens in this game. So in each one of these levels, there's going to be a bunch of rules that are established in the level with these little text tiles. And each one of them is going to set up a different rule for the level in the game. And for example, we've got this rule here, water is defeat. So if our player character, which is Baba, if this guy runs into the water, then they're going to be defeated. Let me demonstrate. So if we move Baba into the water, then they're destroyed. And that means we lose. We don't want to do this, so we can undo our actions, and we can go back. Okay, so water is defeat, flag is win. So the goal in each one of these levels is to touch the object that is designated as the win object. So because flag is win, this object over here by the water, this is going to be the win object. If we touch the win object, we win. We've got a couple more rules to go through. We've got Baba is you, which means that we control this object over here, Baba, and he's a little white guy, a little white rabbit sheep thing. And the last rule is fence is stop. So these fence objects over here, we can't move through them because they've got the stop rule applied to them, which means that we can't, they impede our progress. So the new rule that's introduced in this level is love is tele. So tele means teleport, which means that if there are 2 objects that are set as tele, if you move any object into the tele object, then you're going to move from one tele object to the other tele object. So when we move into the love object, which is the heart over here, we're going to be teleported to the other heart object. Just like this. So we need to figure out how to use these rules to win. And so this is what we're going to do. So we can teleport over here, and we can also move this push text tile. So we're just going to move the text into here. ZeroNell says, I have to go. I just wanted to say I finally got an offer at an NSP, and I had my first pen test interview today. It went extremely well. Awesome, ZeroNell. Nice to hear, man. I hope the interview went well, and I hope you get some good news from the employer. But ZeroNell, let's give you a Hack the Planet to see you out.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we moved the push text tile with using the teleport for Love is Tele. So we can just move ourselves in here, and then we can move out, and we can also move the push tile out, and then we can replace the rules. So Love is Tele, we're just going to change this to Love is Push. So we're going to move the Tele rule out. We're going to move the Love is Push into play, so we can now push these objects. So the love object, we're just going to move it over here. So why are we moving it over here? The reason we're moving it over here is we're going to teleport the water away so that we can get access to the flag. So when we set up the rule Love is Tele again, then the water is going to be teleported back and forth between these two objects. And while it's teleported away, we can actually move into the Love is Tele the love object, and then we can move into the flag. This is how we're going to do it. Okay, so we're going to move this out of the way. We're going to move the Tele rule into place. So the water is being teleported back and forth, and we're just going to wait. We're going to move in here. We're going to wait to be teleported back, and then we're going to move into the flag, and then we're going to win. Okay, so before we finish and go to the next level, let's talk about how we solved this level. So over here, we're going to be talking about how we solved each one of these levels after we solved them. So we need to introduce some key points. So the key point for this level is that this level introduces us to the Tele rule, which teleports objects between the same object each turn. This requires there to be at least 2 objects that are the same in the level when the Tele rule is applied. So not only is the player able to teleport, but other objects as well. And we can use it to move objects around the level or out of the way of an objective. So this is what we did. So form the rule Love is Push. We move the love into one of the water squares that is adjacent to the flag. We form the rule Love is Tele, and then we teleport around and then touch the flag to win. Okay, let's go ahead and go over to the next level. So the next level is level number 2, Grand Stream. And the key point in this level is this. This level introduces the pull rule, which allows objects to be pulled by moving objects. So let's go over to the level and we'll find out more about this. So this is level 2, Grand Stream. Okay, so we should review the rules before we start the level. So Baba is you, so we're Baba over here. Wall is stop, we can't move past the walls. Water is defeat, we can't move into the water, otherwise we'll be destroyed. Kiki is Kiki, so Kiki is this red guy over here, and so Kiki can't be transformed. Most of the time in these levels we can transform objects into different objects, but not this time, not for Kiki, because the Kiki is Kiki rule is applied. We have key is open, which means that we need to use this key to open something. And when the open rule and the shut rule are paired together, and the open object can be used to open up the shut object. So if we can move this key into the box, then we will destroy both the key and the box. And the reason why we want to destroy the box is because the box has the flag. When the box is destroyed, the flag will be revealed, and the flag is win. The flag is the win object. So the goal of this level is to move the key into the box to destroy it, to reveal the flag, and then we can move into the flag to win. So the big complication in this level is that we're introduced to the pull rule. So it says here key is pull, which means that if we pull, if we're next to an object and then we move into a direction, then we will pull the object along with us. So the only way to not have to not pull the object is to move in a direction which is not directly away from the object. So we can move at a 90-degree angle, I guess, from away from the object, and that means that the pull rule will not take place. So what we're going to do is this. So the other thing that is in play right now is that Kiki is move. So Kiki is move means that Kiki is going to move in a direction depending on where they're facing, and if they hit an obstacle, they'll move back in the opposite direction. So Kiki is moving up and down right now, and what we're going to do now is we're going to break the key is pull rule. So that doesn't really affect too much, but we can't pull the key. What we want to do to get the key over to the box is we're going to try to get Kiki to pull it over, and the way we're going to do it is this. So we're going to set up the rule. Oops. Okay, like this. So we're going to set up the rule Kiki is pull. Okay, so Kiki is pull. So after we do that, we're going to move Kiki into a position. So we're just going to pull Kiki down, and then we're going to pull Kiki in this direction. So Kiki is going to move from left to right, and which means that Kiki is going to come into contact with the key. So if we move Kiki into contact with the key, and the key is pull, then Kiki can pull the key across the water onto this side of the map. And that's what we want. Okay, so let's go ahead and set this up. So now key is pull, and we're going to set it up so that Kiki is move. Okay, so now that Kiki is move, we're going to wait. And when Kiki makes contact with the key, Kiki's going to start pulling the key with him. So Kiki pulls the key, and I'm going to pull the key away. So I'm going to pull the key away like this. And then, well, I'm going to break up this rule. So Kiki is not move anymore. What we want to do is we want to pull the key into the box. So when we pull the key into the box, the flag is revealed. When we touch the flag, we're going to win. Okay, let's talk about how we solve the level and then move on to the next one. So this level introduces the pull rule, which allows objects to be pulled by moving objects. So the method of solve, we break the rule key is pull, and then we set the rule Kiki is pull. We pull Kiki into the same row as the key, we set the rules Kiki is move and key is pull, and then after the key is pulled across the water by Kiki, we're going to break the rule Kiki is move, pull the key on top of the box to reveal the flag, and then touch the flag to win. Okay, let's move on to the next level. This next level is level 3, Rocky Road. Okay, so the key concept in this level is this. When an object is both push and tele, the push rule takes precedence over the tele rule, and the player can't use the object for teleporting. So what does this mean? We'll talk about it in just a little bit. Okay, let's go over to level number 3, Rocky Road. Okay, so we should talk about the rules. We've got a bunch of them. So Baba is you, which means we're playing as Baba. We've got rock is defeat. So we've got a bunch of rocks over here, and if we touch any of the rocks, then we'll be destroyed. So if Baba touches the rock, they're destroyed. We've got flag is win, so the objective for this level is to touch the flag to win. But we got some other rules as well. We've got love is hot. So the hard objects, the love objects, these will destroy anything that is melt. And we've got water is melt. So water is going to be destroyed if the love object comes into contact with that. And it's also defeat, which means that if our player object comes into contact with the water, will be destroyed. The last thing we've got is wall is stop, which means we can't move past the walls. So we need to set up a condition to finish this level. And this is what we're going to do. So love is push. We're just going to push the love object. And this is the important thing we have to understand in this level. So if the love object is both the teleportation object and it's the push object, but if the same object is both of these at the same time, then we can't use it for teleportation because our interaction with it is going to push the object. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to push the love object down here, and then we're going to break the rule love is push. So now that love is not push, we can actually use it for teleportation. We're going to move the push object into here, and then we're going to teleport ourselves. So the push object is going to switch from here to here a bunch of different times. What we're going to do is we're going to go back to the other side. And then after we're on the other side, we want to set up the push rule over here and the tele rule at the same time. And if we do that, and then we enter the love object at the same time, then we're going to teleport back to the love object, and then it's also going to be push. So we're going to go up, we're going to teleport over here, and then love is no longer going to teleport us. So we're going to move up, and we're going to push, well, we're going to push the love object into the water objects, because the water objects are getting in our way. Love is hot, and water is melt, so if we move the love object into the water, we'll destroy the water objects. So 1, 2, 3, and now we've got access to the flag. So let's go ahead and touch the flag and finish the level. Okay, next walkthrough. So how do we solve this level? So move the love object to a position below the love is push rule. Move the push text into the love object, teleporting it. The thing is that the talking about the steps that we did is difficult to understand if we're not looking at the level itself. So we'll use the level itself as the guide for finishing the level. So let's go ahead and move on to the next level, which is level number 4. So level number 4 is called telephone. And the key point in this level is that you can use the player object to teleport objects around. So we're going to be talking about this in the next level. Let's go ahead and access it. Level 4, telephone. Okay, so let's talk about the rules before we start the level. So we got tree is stop. So the trees impede our progress. They're just like walls, but they look like trees. We also have wall is stop, which means that the walls are getting in our way. We can't move past them. We've got flag is win, which means that we need to touch the flag to win. How about making Python code? Well, we do coding every once in a while. We'll be doing coding more, probably starting next week. We're planning on doing more coding stuff on Monday. So Baba equals key, Baba equals position, key equals position. So yeah, there is a lot of programming concepts in this game. So the concepts kind of feel like programming, and making the rules and breaking the rules feels kind of like programming as well. But we were talking about the rules. So yeah, so if we touch the flag, we're going to win this level. And we are also, what are the other rules? Key is push. So we can move the key around by pushing it, because the push rule is applied. We've got key is open. We need to find a way to move the key into this door, because door is shut and stop. So if we move the key into the door, both the key and the door are going to be destroyed, and then we'll have access to the flag. The last rule over here is text is float. So the text is floating, which means that it doesn't necessarily interact with objects that are also not floating. So most of the time, it's not something we need to pay attention to, but floating text is not super relevant in this level. So what is the goal? The goal is to somehow find a way to move the key into this area over here, the big room, and then push it into the door to destroy it, and then get access to the flag. So this is what we're going to do. So first of all, we control two Babas in this level. So there's the Baba in the small room, and the Baba in the big room over here. We're just going to form the rule ice is teleport. So ice is tele, and then we're going to move this Baba into the ice, and then move around the map. So what we want to do is we want to move this key into the small room. Well, we move the key, just a second. We move the key into the small room, and then we follow, and then we move the key aside. Okay, so now the key is in the small room. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to break the key is push rule. So if we break the key is push rule, we can actually move on top of the key. So we're just going to go back into the small room. We can move on top of the key now. This is going to be important a little bit later because we're going to set up a new rule. So the new rule we're going to set up is Baba is tele. So we're going to make the Baba object the teleporting object. So when we do that, that means that if Baba comes into contact with any object, it's going to teleport to the other Baba. And in this case, we can teleport the key over to the other Baba, and this is, whoops, that's no good. Okay, just for your reference, if any object is not you, then you lose. So if Baba is not you, and nothing is you, then you lose the level. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're just going to move around, and then we're going to teleport the key by moving Baba into the key, like this. So Baba's now... the key is teleported to the other Baba, and then we break the rule over here. Okay, so Baba's no longer teleport. And we're going to make the ice the teleport object again. So this is what we're going to do. You gotta be careful. So ice is teleport. Hold on. Okay, so now ice is teleport again, and we can move into the ice. And the reason why we're doing this is because we need to reestablish this key is push rule, because we need to push the key into the door. So with the other Baba, we're going to reestablish key is push. Then we're going to get the key and we're going to push it into the door. After we do that, we can touch the flag and then we win. Okay, so let's talk about how we solve that level. So form the rule, ice is tele. So we make the ice teleport, then we move Baba into the small room and teleport the key into the small room. After we do that, we break the rule, key is push, so that we can move into the key. We teleport Baba into the small room and then set the rule, Baba is teleport. Then we can have Baba touch the key, which teleports it into the large room. Then we form the rule, ice is teleport, and then reform the rule, key is push, so we can push the key. Push the key into the door to destroy both of the objects, which gives us access to the flag, and then touch the flag to win. Okay, let's move on to the next level. Next level is level number 5, Haunt. So, this is a tricky level. So this level features the wall rule breaking technique, where if you sandwich a rule between two player objects, you can break the rule by sandwiching the rule between the player objects and mashing them against a barrier. So this rule is actually not very intuitive. Let's see. AS says, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? You're asking why are we playing the game? Because the game talks about the game is all about interacting with rules, and as hackers, we have to think a lot about how we interact with systems, and Baba Is You is basically one big game about interacting with the system and forming rules and breaking rules. So Baba is a very interesting game from a hacking point of view, because it's all about manipulating the rules, which is what we're trying to do as hackers. It's a great stuff for studying how to think. It's easily my favorite puzzle game. Okay, so the other rule that we've got over here is that if you control more than one object at a time, you can form an is-you sled to interact with the textiles pushed up against the wall. So we're going to be covering both of these key points inside the level. We got an ad running on Twitch, so we're going to play an ad for YouTube as well. And we're going to put on some birds. Actually, not birds this time. This time it's a squirrel. So enjoy the squirrel and the music. We'll be back in about a minute. So I don't know if you've got squirrels around where you are. The squirrels are very active around here, and because I've got the bird feeder, the squirrels are always hanging around because they like to eat the same stuff that the birds like to eat. Anyways, let's put the squirrels away and let's continue on with the level. Gameboy says, we have camels and donkeys. There are camels and donkeys. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, because you're out in Israel, and that's those are the native animals. Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the level. It's level number 5. Okay, so we need to talk about the rules before we start the game. So we've got foliage is stop. So the foliage is these leaves over here. Actually, so there's a difference between the foliage object and the leaf object. The foliage object is 3 leaves, and the leaf object is just 1 leaf. So foliage is stop, we can't move past the foliage. Leaf is defeat, which means that if we touch the leaf, we will be destroyed. And we also have Baba is you, and Ghost is Tele. So the ghosts, we can teleport between the ghosts. I don't know if this really helps or not. And so what is the objective for this level? The objective for this level is to form this rule over here, love is win. So we don't have access to another is text object. We need to get access to one of these. We need to move it into position here to create the love is win rule, and then we need to touch the heart outside here to win. Gameboy says, what is your Discord? So we don't have a Discord right now. We're probably going to be setting up a Discord in the next couple months. Probably by the end of the summer we'll have a Discord set up. But right now we've got a Reddit, and we use Reddit to do announcements and post stuff if we need to. Okay, so let's see. So we need to form love is win, move this leaf out of the way, and then touch the heart object, the love object, to win. So how do we do that? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to become another object. So we're not going to be Baba is you. Instead, we're going to be Ghost is you. So Ghost is you means we now control these 2 ghosts. We don't control Baba. So the other thing we need to do is we need to use a certain technique to break this rule over here, leaf is defeat. And to do that, we're going to need to put both of these ghosts around the rule and then smash into a wall to break up the textiles. How do we do that? So first of all, we need to space out these ghosts so that they're 3 tiles apart. So what we can do is we can move this tile into place, and then we can separate these ghosts by 3 tiles, just like this. So now we've got 3 tiles separating these ghosts. So we're just going to move up over here, and then we're going to surround the love is defeat rule. So this is an unintuitive rule, but if we move everything to the left, sorry, to the right, then the text tile is actually going to overlap with our ghost. And if we're in this position, we can actually move to the left and then break the leaf is defeat rule. This is not very intuitive. This is not very intuitive, but this is a rule inside the game. And we're taking advantage of this rule to finish the level. So now that leaf is defeat has been broken up, this is what we're going to do. We're going to become the leaf. How do we become the leaf? This is how we're going to do it. So we're going to put these ghosts together so that the two ghosts are side by side, and then we're going to become the Baba creature. So we're going to become Baba. Baba is you. Oh, sorry. Is that what we want to do? Okay, so we're going to become Baba. So now Baba is you, and hold on. Okay, we're going to become Baba. So now Baba is you. So as Baba, we're going to move down here, and we're going to move Ghost up so that we're now the Ghost. So now that we're the Ghost, we're going to put the Ghosts together, and then we're going to move up, and we're going to move both of these text tiles at once to go from Ghost is you to Baba is you. So after that, we're now Baba, and we can move these 2 things up to become the Ghost again. Now that we're the Ghost again, we can move this up to become Baba again. And then after that, we can become the leaf by moving the U tile up into here. So now leaf is you. So we're now controlling the leaf. And is this stuck? Okay. I think I need to do a little bit more planning. Okay, so let's see. We need to move this ghost tile down before we become the leaf. So now we'll move this stuff over. Yeah, this I think this works. So now that we become the leaf, and we can move this tile out. So we now have access to this is tile, which we can use to complete the rule here, love is win. We move this down, we form love is win, now we just need to touch the love, and we can win. So we're now acting as the leaf, and when we touch the love object, we win. Okay, let's talk about how we solved that level. So we formed the rule ghost is you, and then we separated the ghosts by moving the text tile, the push text against the lower left of the wall, and then we created 3 tiles of separation between the ghosts. We sandwiched the ghosts between the leaf is defeat rule, and then we used the weird rule interaction by surrounding the rule and breaking it up by moving it up against the wall. Then we moved the ghosts next to each other and then formed a little sled so that we could change our object from Baba is you to Ghost is you by sliding the tiles up and down. Finally, we were able to form the leaf is you rule, and after that we formed the rule love is win, and then we touched the love object to win. Game Boy says hard level. There are some really tricky levels in this game, and this is not the trickiest level by far. Let's go ahead and go to the next level. So the next level is level number 6. This is Crate Square. Okay, so this level's not super difficult, but it does use the pull rule, and let's go ahead and start that. So this is level 6, crate square. Okay, this is a small level, but it's very dense. So what are the rules? So Baba is you, so we're Baba. Hedge is stop. These are the hedges. We can't move past them. Flag is melt. So if the flag comes into contact with a hot object, the flag will be destroyed. So the way we're going to win this level is by touching the flag. We've also got boxes pull, which we can't break up, which means that we can pull these boxes around like this. So if two objects that are pull are in a row, then all of the objects that are pull in the row are going to be pulled. So we can pull 2 objects in a row if there are 2 in a row, or 2 next to each other. But the other rules that are in place right now is brick is hot. So the bricks are hot, which means that if the flag comes into contact with the bricks, the flag will be destroyed. And if the flag is destroyed, we can't win, because we're going to be pushing this rule into place from brick is hot to water is hot, and then from flag is defeat and pull to flag is win and pull. So let's, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to pull, whoop, I have to be very careful when I'm interacting with this level. Okay. I have to avoid destroying the flag. So we're gonna pull the crates so that they're all next to the flag. So let's see. Just gotta be super careful. Okay. I think I can pull this one down. All right. And then we're going to pull this one down. And this is what we want to do. So we've got all these pull objects all lined up here. When we pull on this box over here, it's going to pull the entire row, which means that even the flag is going to be pulled, because we're going to make the rule, well, flag is pull right now. So when we move over to the left, this entire row is going to be pulled, just like this. So the flag is actually out now. And what we need to do is we need to find a way to move into the flag. So what are we going to do? We're going to, well, I'm going to move these crates out of the way, because now we can pull the flag. So we pull the flag, well, we can, we're currently pulling the flag. What we want to do is we want to move into the flag. If the flag is pull, we can't move into it, so we need to break this rule here. So we're just going to move this and text square over here. Now we can touch the flag and win. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about how we solved that level. So, line up the crates in a row with the flag. Next, pull the entire row of crates and flag to the left, forming the rules water is hot, brick is defeat, and flag is win in the process. Move the crates aside and pull the flag off the bricks. Break the and pull rule attached to flag is win, and then we touch the flag to win. Okay, let's do the next level, level number 7. Thank you very much for following Yet1D. Let me know how to pronounce that name, but welcome to the stream. And let's give you a Nyan Cat. It's a meme from the past. Okay, let's go ahead and start the next level. Level number 7, Ghost Friend. All right, so this is kind of a complicated level. First of all, we should probably talk about the rules. So we've got hedge is stop. So that means we can't move past the hedges, they get in the way, they're walls. We've got flag is you, so we control the flag, and we also control Baba. Baba is Baba and you, which means that Baba cannot be transformed into another object, and we are controlling Baba. So we actually control both the flag and Baba at the same time. The only problem is we can't move too far to the right, otherwise the flag is going to come into contact with the skull. And right now, skull is defeat, which means if the flag touches the skull, the flag is going to be destroyed. And we need to set up the rule flag is win in order to finish this level. We've got the flag text over on this side of the map, but we can't actually get there by moving Baba, because if we move Baba too far to the right, then the flag will be destroyed. So what we need to do is we need to use the ghost to move us around. What is the ghost? Ghost is ghost and weak. So ghost can't be transformed into anything else. And if we move into the ghost will be destroyed. So we need to be careful about this, because it's got the weak rule applied to it. So what can we do? So first of all, we're going to pull the ghost, because the ghost has the pull rule applied to it. We're just going to pull it over. We're going to pull it this way. And the reason why we do this is that we want the ghost to move along this row over here. So the ghost is we're going to set up the rule ghost is pull. Well, we've got the rule ghost is pull. We want to set up the rule ghost is move, because we're going to get the ghost to pull Baba over to this side of the map. So after we set up ghost is move, we're going to set up this rule Baba is pull. That's going to let the ghost be able to pull Baba across to this part of the map on the right. So we're going to set up Baba is pull, and then we're going to set up ghost is move. So the ghost is going to move over here, and when I move Baba up here, the ghost is also going to move over this way, which means that the ghost is now pulling Baba. So we're just going to wait. Baba is going to be pulled by the ghost. I'm not moving Baba, the ghost is moving Baba. So when we arrive over here, then we can actually get off the ghost train. So from here, we're going to move the text flag out, the flag text out, and then we're just going to move the flag text over here. We're gonna break up ghost is move, and then we're going to set up the rule. Whoops! We're going to set up the rule flag is win. So this is another rule of Baba is you. If we are an object, so flag is you, and that object is also win, then we win. So if you're the flag and flag is win, then you win the level. If Baba is you and Baba is win, then we win the level. So let's go ahead and set up those rules. So flag is you, flag is win, and we win. Okay, so before we finish out, Gameboy says, after this level, my IQ's gone down. You know, Baba is you, it makes you feel smart when you figure out the solution, but when you can't figure out the solution, you feel really, really dumb. It's a funny game like that. Let's go ahead and talk about how we finish the level, and then we'll finish out for the day. So this was Ghost Friend. So the key point in this level is that you can combine the pull and move rules to have one movable object pull the player object to another part of the map. So how do we solve the level? So pull the ghost to the left, form the rule Baba is pull and ghost is move. As the ghost moves past to the right, move into its path behind it, and let it pull you to the right-hand side of the map. As you enter the column to the left of the flag, move up, and then push the flag to the left-hand side of the map and form the rule flag is win to win. Okay, let's finish up with Baba is you, and then we can do our hacking portion of the stream. So let's go ahead and exit the game, and let's start up some music. Let's play some Faster Than Light music. So I don't know if you guys have played Faster Than Light before. It's a really great sci-fi game about blowing up starships. Okay, here we go. So what are we doing now? We're going to be doing some Linux hacking now. So this is the site we're going to be using. It's called dockerlabs.es. On this site, there's a bunch of different Docker containers that we can download and deploy. And after the Docker containers are deployed to our machine, we can hack against them. So we've done a bunch of challenges from this website. Today we're going to be doing this challenge here. It's called File. And let's go ahead and download the challenge. So an interesting wrinkle about the Docker Labs challenges is that Docker Labs is a Spanish website, which means that if we come into contact with any text or articles or anything from the website, they're going to be in Spanish, which means that we need to translate the language before we examine it. Okay, so let's go ahead and go over to our terminal. So if you have any questions about what we're doing during this hacking portion of the stream, let us know. We're going to try to go slow. We're going to try to explain everything we're doing while we do this challenge. So we just downloaded the challenge file. It's called file.zip. That's going to get confusing real fast. So we just need to unzip this file. And then we're going to run this autodeploy.sh script. So the autodeploy.sh script is going to deploy the Docker machine. Sudo chmod 777. Well, we just need to give this thing execute permissions. So we're just going to do sudo mod plus x on automod, autodeploy.sh. Then we're going to run the script. So the script is going to deploy the Docker container. Oh, what is this? Invalid tar header. Oh, no. Okay. So sorry. We need to run this on the tar file, not the zip file. Okay, we get some Spanish. Estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable. Espere un momento. Máquina desplegada. Su dirección IP es this. So this is going to be a Docker machine. And all Docker machines, they tend to have very similar IP addresses. So this is the IP address of the vulnerable machine. We need to hack against it until we get until we get root permissions on the system. That's the goal. And so we're just going to run our nmap command first. Nmap is a program we can use to figure out what ports and services are open on a given remote server. So we run it on all the ports. We run common scripts and versioning information with this argument here. We run it very fast with this argument here, and we run it very verbose, which means that we get output before the scan is finished with this flag over here. So it looks like we've got a classic combination of ports that are open on the system. We got port 21, and we've got port 80. So let's take a look over here. Yeah, port 21 and port 80. So port 21, port 21 is not typical. So port 21 is FTP. FTP is the file transfer protocol, and we've got a web page as well on port 80. This is what I'm guessing. So it says here that this is this is the FTP service running on port 21. And there's also anonymous FTP login allowed. So this is a pretty classic vulnerability in CTF games like this. That means that we can log into the FTP service without a password. Okay, so we should probably investigate this because there's a file that we can access via FTP called anon.txt. So we probably want to download that file and then read it. Yeah, we can download it for sure. The other port that's open is port 80, and port 80 is going to have an unencrypted web page, and it's being run with the Apache software. So Apache is the most common Linux web server software, and we'll take a look at port 80 after we take a look at port 21. So we're just going to go over to here. We're going to FTP into the box, and we can log in anonymously. So for the name, we're going to type in anonymous, and for the password, we don't need a password. So there's this file here called anon.txt. It's a rather large file, so I'm kind of curious why it's so big. We can use the get command to download the file. And now the anon.txt file is in our directory. So let's read the file. This is a hexadecimal. This is hexadecimal output. So I wonder if this is some sort of password, or if this is an endpoint, or if this is something else. Well, first of all, let's figure out if this hexadecimal string is actually ASCII or not. So we can use a bunch of different services to figure this out. Let's try hex to ASCII. So hexadecimal to ASCII converter. Let's convert this. So this is not this is not ASCII. This is not converted ASCII. Okay, so what else could we do with this endpoint? Well, okay, what else can we do with this? This might be an endpoint on the box. So let's go over to the web server. So the web server is going to be at 172.17.02. Okay, and it looks like this is an Ubuntu default page. Let's try using this as an endpoint. So we're just going to paste this in. Okay, this is not an endpoint. So I'm not sure what this is right now. What these contents are. It might be base 64. It's kind of hard to tell. Let me try testing if this is base 64 content. So we would do a base 64 decode. This is not this is probably not base 64 content. Phone number. Is it a phone number? Phone numbers usually don't have letters. Usually don't have letters. What else could it be? So it could be base 60. There's like a base 65 or a base 58 or a base 52. No idea. MD5. Oh, this could be an MD5 hash, right? So we could probably try to crack this, crack an MD5 hash. Yeah, that's a good idea, Game Boy. Thank you. What do? We could probably plug this into a website like CrackStation. We'll go to CrackStation, crackstation.net. Let's see if we can crack this. Okay. So this is an MD5 hash for this thing right here. We got ads. We're gonna run ads on YouTube, And let's go ahead and put on some birds. Okay, enjoy the birds. We will be back in about a minute. I'm just going to take a little water break. Okay, we got some excited birds eating peanuts. We're just going to wait another 20 seconds or so, and then we'll put the birds away and get back to hacking. So, you know, we got the MD5 hash. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's talk about this. So we plugged the this hash, this string, into crackstation.net, and we tried to figure out if this was some sort of hashed value. And in this case, it's the MD5 hash for Justin, this text over here. The question is, what can we do with this? We need to figure out where we can use this. But let me go ahead and make a note. So I guess we're going to call this like notes.txt. We're echo out. We're going to echo out Justin. Okay, let's just put that into our notes. Let's see, log into FTP. Can we log into FTP as the Justin user? Are they going to have different files? Well, we can try. So FTP, where are we? Yeah, FTP. And we're going to log in as Justin. Oh, okay. So it's not an FTP user. So this FTP user server is anonymous only. So that's not it. The other thing that we should do is we should start doing a little bit of web app enumeration. So we got index.html. Oh, we also have an uploads directory. Whoa, an uploads directory. Okay, let's go into the uploads directory and see what's in there. Okay, so let's go to uploads. Okay, so there's nothing in uploads, but we know the upload directory is here. Okay, another thing that we should do each time we come across one of these web pages is we should take a look at the web page source. So if we take a look at the web page source, there might be some clues that we could use. So it doesn't... Okay. We've got some a comment over here. So the comment is in Spanish, so we need to translate this. So let's go over to another website to translate it. So Google. Translate google.com. It's from Spanish. The person who made this website didn't want to work hard, so he made a strange directory. It's sad. That's sad. It's Spanish. Well, I wouldn't say it's sad. It's Spanish. It's this is real world, right? Because in the real world, not everybody speaks English. Sometimes you have to translate other languages to do your hacking, and that's just the way it is. The person who made this website didn't want to work hard, so he made a strange directory. So did he make a Justin directory? We should probably check. So is there a Justin directory? There's no Justin directory. Okay. So we found the uploads directory. We should probably do some other... We should probably do some other web app enumeration. So let's go ahead and run Nikto. Nikto is another older web app vulnerability scanner. Sometimes it finds some stuff. Most of the time it doesn't. But I run Nikto a lot on these easy exercises. And the other web app enumeration tool that we like to use is FerrixBuster. So FerrixBuster is a modern directory busting tool. And we usually run it with a depth of 3, and the default word list that we like to use for these challenges is called Directory List 2.3 Medium. It's pretty much standard for these kind of boot to root machines. But anyways, let's run FerrixBuster. Okay, so we got index, we've got uploads, we have So they talked about we need to find the actual web application on this on the server. Otherwise, we're not going to get very far. So, what is the weird directory that was created by the administrator? We've got an uploads directory, but we don't know where it's going to be, where it's going to upload from. We just need to wait for the scans to come back. Maybe we'll be able to get something else. Another thing we can do is we can go back to the FTP and see if there's anything else we can find there. So okay, so let's... Oh, you know what? We should probably figure out if there's a vulnerability with this particular version of the FTP software. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to get out of here. We're going to run search exploit and see if we can find... Okay, so there's no known vulnerability for this version of VFTPD. No. Oh, well, we can't use denial of service. Well, the other thing that we could take a look at is we could take a look at the version of Apache. Apache usually isn't vulnerable in these exercises. But let's see. We haven't found anything else yet. So we're just... Whoa, what is this? Subir archivo.php file upload.php. These are valid? Hold on. Let's see if file upload.php and Subir archivo. What does Subir mean? Subir? Increase. Increase file? Upload file. So there's a... Okay. Upload file. Interesting. Okay, let's see if this endpoint exists. So the endpoint we're looking for is... Well, let's try this file upload over here. Okay, so this doesn't lead anywhere. The other endpoint is file_upload. File_upload.php. Okay, so it looks like we can upload files here. So select a file. No file selected. Okay, let's figure out if we can upload. If we can upload PHP, then it's game over. But okay, let's see if we can upload this text file. There's an error uploading the file. Is that what this says? There's an error uploading the file. So what is it looking for? Upload txt file with the name Justin. With the name Justin? Maybe. Let's see. Echo. We're going to call this file Justin. Okay, let's try uploading this. So also error uploading the file. So it's looking for something specific. Let's figure out what kind of files it's looking for. It might be looking for like a PNG file or a JPEG file. I've got a PNG file here. Let's see if we can upload this. So there's an error uploading the file. It doesn't like PNG files either. We should probably try to figure out how this thing works. So action, so it sends an action to Subir Archivo, so upload file as a post, and then it uploads the thing. Let me get a small JPEG file. So let's see. JPEG file, small. I don't know if this is actually a JPEG file. I used to have okay, so let's see. Actually, maybe JPEG test file. We should be able to look up something like this. JPEG test. Okay, let's see if we can download this. So this is from Wikipedia. Sure. Hopefully this is a JPEG file. Okay, so this is a JPEG file. Let's download this. It's kind of big. It's like, I don't know if this is going to be too big for the application, but we can try. Okay, where are we? Okay, we got our JPEG test. Let's try uploading it. Did that work? So if that worked, it should have been uploaded to the uploads directory. It's not in the uploads directory. I mean, something happened. So this JPEG test, select it, right? And then upload. I think I'm gonna activate I'm gonna start up Burp Suite. because eventually we're going to have to try some tricks to figure out what we can upload. So we got Burp Suite. This is a very common tool for web app security testing. And we're looking at web apps today. Okay, let's go ahead and start up the Burp Suite browser. And then we'll feed the web application to it. So the application is here. Cybernerd Dante says web apps. Yup, we're talking about web apps. Let's choose the JPEG and see if this gets uploaded. Okay, so I mean, I think it uploaded. The problem is that we're not sure. We need to make sure that it gets uploaded somewhere. Okay, so this is the post request. Man, why is Burp Suite so slow? I think the problem might be that the file's too big. Gameboy says open the file.txt which you downloaded from the FTP and just remove the MD5 and put the correct name. Remove the MD5 and put the correct name. Open the file txt which you downloaded from the FTP, just remove the MD5 and put the correct name. You mean like... So we got anon.txt, right? And you want me to... Well, let me make a backup copy first. Okay, and then you want me to put in the correct value? In which case we get rid of this, and we just put in the word Justin. And then try uploading this. Okay, we can try. So let's see, anon.txt. It says there's an error. So that's not it. Okay, let's send this to the repeater. Wow, Burp Suite is acting real slow. Oh, you know what? My Kali Linux might be acting slow because I'm still doing a brute force attack. So I'm still doing my my directory busting over here. Oh, we stopped doing directory busting. Did we? Yeah, we stopped. I don't know why my CPU usage is so high. I should probably check that out. So what's taking up all my time? CPU percentage. Firefox. Firefox is taking up 26% of the CPU. What is this Java thing that's taking up 58? What is this thing? Is this part of Burp Suite? It can't be Nikto. Nikto's finished. No. Nikto finished a long time ago. But you know what? Maybe we should kill this thing. So this is the PID, right? Let me make sure that I have the right PID. Yeah, that's the PID. Let's kill the process. It's burp. It could be burp. If it's burp, why is it taking up so much? Okay, let me kill burp. It's really okay. Okay, so we killed the process. Let's kill burp suite. Which process is burp suite? Okay, hold on. So first of all, let's exit from the burp browser. Burp suite is not responsive. So burp suite is here. Let's kill this process. Huh, it's still running. Okay. ZSH PS. Let's become the root user. It's still here. It's still running. Why do I have to run around looking for this stuff? Let's see. This is Firefox. Why is Firefox taking up so much CPU time? Am I infected? Am I? I don't. Well, I mean, you know, that's Kill 9. Kill 9. What is Jason, what is Kill 9? Force kill. Let's see. What is 9 in the kill command? It's sig kill, shutting it down immediately. So kill -9. Okay. Great. So let's find the process. So kill -9 2020 86. Okay, so we killed the process, and now we can start up burp suite again. Thank you very much for the advice, Jason. Welcome to the stream. Jason, where are you? A new viewer? Let's give you a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Switch back to our normal user, and then let's start up burp suite again. I don't know why burp suite went weird there. Okay, so temporary directory contains the following folders. Let's delete those. Jason says, "Not new. I pump in every once in a while." nice to see you. Nice to see you. And yeah, are you a do you work in cybersecurity, or are you a cybersecurity student? Let us know. Okay, so let's go ahead and start up our Burp Suite browser again. Let's try testing out that this upload page. So file upload.php. Here. So we have to choose a file. Let's choose the JPEG test file. Okay, so it looks like we uploaded it. The problem is that if we go to the uploads directory, there's nothing in here. So is there something else that was uploaded? Or where was it uploaded to? So can we go to something like Justin uploads or something? Nope. There's also no Justin directory. No, okay. Let's go ahead and look over at... Oh. Why is the CPU spiking again? That was really weird. Let's send this to the repeater. Yeah, I'm not sure why we had to deal with that MD5 hash. Wow. The CPU usage for Burp Suite spikes up when we try to send something to the repeater. And now I probably can't use my we have to kill this process again. This is really dumb. Okay, I can't even shut down Burp Suite now. Alright, let's kill the thing. So there's the Burp browser too. Let's shut down the Burp browser. Upload a small image. Yeah, maybe the solution is to upload a small image. Okay, let's kill. Okay, that did the trick. Let's see if I can find something on the internet. Small test JPEG file. Download sample JPEG image for demo use. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Actually, there's also this website here, file examples download. So sample JPEG download. Sure, we've got one that's 100 kilobytes. Let's try downloading it. Hopefully this isn't a virus either. Viruses all over the place. They're all viruses. Okay, let's save the image. Actually, you can copy the image link and just download this thing. Okay, this is a much smaller JPEG file than the other file. Let's try uploading this manually first. Where are we? Here? Okay, let's try uploading this one instead. Still has errors. That's weird. So we need to figure out what kind of files we can upload first. We need to find like a legitimate file type. Is it looking for a zip file? Is it looking for... Okay, I'm gonna try Burp Suite one more time. It might have been because the file that we were trying to upload was too big, and that's why it got upload some shellcode. You know, maybe we should try. We'll try a PHP file. So echo, is this allowed to shell.php? So this isn't, we're just trying to test for to see if the extension is going to be allowed or not. Okay, shell.php. So it still has errors. Okay. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try. Well, first of all, let's go ahead and record this in Burp Suite. So the upload process. So what I want to do is I just want to get a copy of the request information. Oh, we got more ads. Wow, it seems like the ads are coming up super fast. Okay, here's more birds. We'll be back in 1 minute. Oh, Jason. Jason replied. Okay, so Jason says, I'm trying to transition to cybersecurity. Not working at the moment, but I've worked in IT since the late 90s. Oh, cool. So, Jason, what kind of role are you looking for inside of cybersecurity? Are you looking to do like app security? Are you looking to do like a pen testing role? Let us know. Maybe we can. Maybe we can give you some suggestions. Not that you need suggestions, you know. Just you know, maybe we can help each other out. Okay, so what are we doing? Let's go ahead and start up that Burp Suite browser again. Go ahead and grab this thing. Okay, let's go over to File Upload. So we'll choose the small file. We'll try to upload it. So it says error, that's fine. We just need to go over to Burp Suite, and we're going to copy this to a file. We're going to call this request.txt, and we're going to try to fuzz the application using the FFUF program, FFUF. Where are we here? Okay. So we created this file called request.txt, and we're going to try to see if we can fuzz with this information here. So we got the information for the JPEG file that we sent. In reality, I don't know if we actually need all this information because there's a lot of stuff here. Okay, so let's see. It says name equals archivo. Name equals archivo. File name equals this. So let's see. Content type is going to be image/JPEG. Jason says entry-level analyst would be great for a start, but some red team or reversing hardware security is the end goal. Well, I mean, if you've been working in IT for a good long while, you probably have a bunch of IT certifications. So stuff like CompTIA stuff, maybe A+, maybe Network Plus, maybe some stuff from Cisco. Archivo equals archive. So archivo means file. So archivo means file in Spanish. So let's see. Oh, maybe we need to change the name from Archivo to Justin or something. Could that be it? Maybe. Let's see if it works. Let's send this to the repeater. If we send this to repeater, it works. Okay, great. Yeah, we could try that. We could try that out. Let's see. We're gonna change the name from Archivo to Justin. And let's send that out. What do we get in response? What? No say Cargado. Let's translate this. Let's see. Jason says A+, Net+, long expired CCNA. I'm going to be taking Sec+ soon. So how familiar, how comfortable are you with web applications? Have you? Because the easiest thing to do, well, I mean, if you want to do a pen tester job, the easiest thing to do is to get in by getting in as a web app pen tester, because web app pen testing jobs are a lot more in the pen testing space. Web app pen testing is probably the most sought after, because there's a lot of people testing web apps like every day. What was I going to do? Oh, I was going to translate this. No file was uploaded, or there was an error. Okay, let's go over to the upload directory to see if something actually happened. So nothing, looks like nothing was uploaded. Okay. What else can we do? So I think the name was going to be Archivo. Well, let me check. So send this. It says there was an error uploading the file. Okay, so, Eclipsey says, I just got Pentest Plus, and should I go for OSCP or OSCP Plus or GPen next or something else? So Eclipsey, what is your what's your goal? Are you looking to be any type of pen tester, or do you have your heart set on like something very specific, like network pen testing? Because network pen testing is not very high demand right now. If you want to go the pen testing route, you should probably focus on either web app pen testing or cloud pen testing, because apparently cloud pen testing is a new hot thing. So cloud pen testing. I don't know if there's cloud pen testing certifications or not. Cloud pen testing certification. Reverse engineering top. I also heard that reverse engineering jobs are hard to get. So let's see, GIAC cloud penetration tester. Okay, so this you could get. So GIAC cloud penetration tester. This is probably going to cost a lot of money, because GIAC is kind of an expensive. It's kind of an expensive company. But yeah, let me know, Eclipsey, about what your aspirations are, because having a goal in mind first is probably the best way to do it. Ideally, wireless pen testing. Wireless pen testing, huh? I don't know if there's such a big demand for wireless pen testing. But wireless pen testing is something. It's something that something that's done, but I've never heard of it being like a really big specialization. But your question was, you just got Pentest Plus. Should you go for OSCP Plus next or GPen next? I don't know very much about the GPAN certification. I should probably let's look it up real quick. So GPAN certification. Oh, this is SANS. Jeez. GAC penetration. Yeah, the thing about this is that it's going to cost like $1 million. So GPAN certification cost. This is probably going to be multiple thousand. Okay. So the exam costs $1,700. SANS Institute offers a 6-day virtual online training, along with the exam for $7,000. Additional ATAM exams cost $2,000. Let's see. Gameboy says wireless was top in the time of Backtrack 2. So Backtrack 2 was a long time ago. Backtrack 2 was a long time ago. So I would say, I mean, even the OSCP seems like a better deal than paying $7,000 for the GPAN. So let's see. Okay, so OSCP plus cost. So the cost to obtain OSCP depends on the chosen package, but generally ranges from like... So the standard Pen 200 course and exam costs this much and includes 90 days of lab access in one exam. So okay, let me ask you this question, Eclipsy. So Eclipsy, can you get your work to pay for the certification and the course? If you can get your work to pay for something like OSCP, then yeah, go ahead and do OSCP if your boss is paying for it, because paying for this yourself is kind of a big ask. So Learn One subscription, yeah, this is expensive stuff. But what were you doing over here? So okay, so we're trying to figure out how we can upload files. Let's go ahead and where am I editing this? Here, I'm editing it over here. Okay, so we're just going to change out the file extension over here. So the file extension is going to be fuzz. Let's save this out. Eclipsy says, what box are you guys working on? So we're working on this box right here. It's called File from Docker Labs. So Docker Labs is a platform where we can download vulnerable Docker containers. And so let's just... If you want to try this out yourself, you want the challenge without any solutions, April 1st. April 1st? What? Okay, so if you want to try this out yourself, you can download the Docker container from this link. It's like Vulnhub but for Docker. So Vulnhub is, don't use Vulnhub. Vulnhub is not great. The site that I like to use is called the Vulnix. So this is another site where you can download intentionally vulnerable machines, but the interface is much nicer than Vulnhub, because I tried visiting the Vulnhub website today, and it was just so hard to look at. This is much nicer. You can filter by like difficulty levels over here. You can also filter by Linux and Windows. They have a few Windows machines, not very many. But yeah, if you want to download a machine and then hack against it, use Vulnix instead of Vulnhub, because it's no good. Thank you very much for the follow, Eclipsy. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Have a hack the planet on me.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so let's so now that we've set up our fuzzing point for for this file over here, let's get a list of file extensions. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to get a list of PHP friendly extensions. I'll ask the AI to make this for me. Hey DeepSeek, make me a list of PHP associated file extensions. Non-numbered and without prepending a dot to the extensions. Jason says, I may have missed it, but have you tried including some directory traversal via the upload file name via burp? Image.jpg, etc. password. Oh, you know what? I haven't tried that yet. I'm trying to figure out if... Okay, this isn't a complete list, but I guess this is going to be a good start. So there's PHTML. I think another big one that's missing is the PHAR extension as well. But let's create this list. So we're going to call this PHP extensions. Oh, this formatting's weird. But Jason, I'll try that out after I try attacking the application with FFUF. So this is PHAR. Okay, let's do some fuzzing. Okay, so the word list is going to be PHP extensions. It seemed to be okay with, well, I mean, we got a different response when we sent it to the PHAR extension, so maybe we should test that out. Okay, let's go back to Burp Suite. Actually, you know what? All we need to do is this. So let's rename shell.php to shell.phar. Whoops. I used rm when I wanted to do mv. That's no good. Echo. Okay, let's try uploading this file. Too many tabs. Here we go. Okay, so let's try uploading this shell.phar. Where is it? There it is. Okay, it looks like that worked. Well, let's translate this. Okay, so it's been uploaded successfully. Okay, let's we should check. We should check that it's in the uploads directory, and if it is, then we're in business. Okay, so we managed to upload the file. So all we need to do now is just write up a reverse shell, and then we can get access to the server. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's copy here. So we've got this PHP shell reverse.php file. It's a PHP reverse shell file, as indicated by the name. And we just need to edit some information inside the file before we can use it. So let's go ahead and do that with good old nano. We need to replace the IP address and we need to replace the port number. So we're just going to use port 443 because it's our favorite port. And we're going to use this. This is our IP on the Docker network. So let's go ahead and change this and save this out. I'm just going to make sure that this is our IP address. So on the Docker interface here, we're currently at this IP address. Good. Okay. So let's go ahead and upload. Well, before we upload the file, let's set up a reverse shell listener. So let's see, RL wrap. Yeah. Okay. So we're listening on the attacker machine port 443. Which means that if the reverse shell works, we'll get a connection on this netcat listener over here. Let's go ahead and go back to the upload page. So okay, we need to rename the file because it's still hold on. Yeah, that's right. We use netcat with the listener and verbose and port number. Okay, so let's see. We need to rename this file to the file extension that can be uploaded. So we're just going to call this let's call this reverse.phar. Okay. We'll try uploading it now. Okay, so it looks like we've uploaded the file. So we're just going to go over to the uploads directory, and when we activate this, it should give us a reverse shell connection. So let's do that. It looks like it's working. We go over to our shell access channel, and we're in. We're the www data user. Alright, let's go ahead and celebrate by calling in Scary Hacker Voice Man. Slyborg, wow, that's a great coincidence. Slyborg, welcome into the stream. Slyborg is sliding on in, awesome. And let's give Slyborg a shout out. Slyborg is another InfoSec streamer. Shout out Slyborg. You can check her out over at this channel here. Thank you very much for following Eos. You stream so long. You know what? I try to get a lot of stuff done each time I stream because I only stream 3 times a week. But welcome in, Raiders. And my name is the Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity content over here on Twitch, and I'm a cybersecurity educator. I've got a YouTube channel. I like to teach people how to do pen testing and cybersecurity stuff. I give advice to people who are looking to get into the cybersecurity industry. And we just psyched. Hello, nice to see you here. And hey everybody, if you're not following Slyborg is a cybersecurity student, and they stream themselves doing studying for cybersecurity stuff as well as gaming over on Twitch. Anyways, let's call in our good friend Scary Hacker Voice Man, because we just broke into the server as the www data user, and we'll talk about how we got in. Okay.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. File Administrator, it seems like you left a file upload page on your website and forgot to secure it against malicious file upload. That was a Big mistake. We managed to figure out which file extensions were allowed, and then we uploaded a malicious file and got shell access. Maybe you knew about these security flaws, or maybe you decided it was an acceptable risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so we managed to break in, and now we have access as the www data user. You accepted the risk. Yeah, that's something we say in the cybersecurity industry, accepting the risk. So sometimes you'll have a flaw in your application, but you decide not to fix it because it would take too much effort to fix it, and that's called accepting the risk. Okay, so we need to figure out which version of Python is running. So which Python? Which Python 3? Which Python 3? We've got Python 3, okay. What does Justin mean? You know, thank you very much for reminding me. We found some user name or something called Justin, and we need to figure out how that applies to this challenge. So we're just going to use Python 3 to upgrade our terminal a little bit. Import pty.spawn bin bash. Okay, so now, so there's a Justin, no, there's no Justin user. Yeah, right. So Justin might be the password for one of these users. So let's go ahead and try each one of these. Yeah, Slyborg. Hey, if you're if you're still here, what were you doing on stream? You're probably gaming and doing study. But if any of Slyborg's viewers are still here and were telling us, please tell us about what Slyborg was up to. This is what Slyborg was doing earlier: shell stabilization. Oh, really? That's interesting. Okay. Let's you accepted the risk. Let's go ahead and test these passwords out. So we found the password Justin somewhere. Let's see if Fernando is that user. So Justin, no, probably not. Okay, how about here? Nope, how about Julin? Nope, how about Mario? Okay, so, none of these users are using the Justin password. Let's take a look at the web app directory. So the web app directory doesn't have very much. Try Justin Bieber. If only. These the uploads directory. We should probably try reading these PHP files. So file upload .php. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's much very... So this actually doesn't have any PHP code in here. It just passes this off to the Subir Archivo file. So let's read that one as well. How about root? Could that be root's password? That would be really weird. Oh wow! So this is the part of the code that lets us upload if it's a PHAR file. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. Classic PHP stuff. Spanish coding. Yeah. This is a Spanish website that we're working on here. We got more ads. All right, everybody, we're gonna take a little break while we do our ads. Ligatures. Anyways, We'll be back in about a minute. We just need to take a little water break. Okay, the triple equal signs. All right, so I'm just gonna take a little water break. You guys enjoy the birds. So it's the most fun to watch the birds when it's really rainy outside, because when it rains really hard, they're super active, and they usually go into a big frenzy looking for stuff to eat when it rains really hard. Anyways, let's go ahead and this bird shows up to bully the other bird. So the bird bullies in the middle, and the other bird is really sad and is being bullied. Oh man, this is you would find it really disturbing if the birds weren't so cute. Let's put the birds away. Let's put the birds away, and we'll get back to the hacking. Okay, so smack that bully with a rock. I'd never hit a bird with a rock. A person, well, I don't want to talk about that. Anyways, let's see if we can log in as root with the Justin password. That'd be really funny. I don't think that's the case. Okay, so I wonder where the FTP root is. Actually, Okay, so in the home directory, there are all these users. We can't enter any of their home directories. Or at least I don't think we can. So we're the www data user, and we don't have access to any of these directories here. I guess we can check for SUID binaries with this command right here. I don't think any of these are unusual SUID binaries. But whenever I encounter SUID binaries, I usually like to feed it into the AI to figure out if any of them are unusual. I don't think any of these are, but I just want to double check. So we're just going to ask the AI, are any of these SUID binaries unusual? Feed it the list. So we're doing an exercise where we're trying to break into a server and then get root access. So we've already broken into the server. We just need to find a way to elevate our privileges to become the root user. So I don't think any of these potential unusual ones. SSH key sign. I think this one's still okay. Dbus daemon launch helper. We could check these over at a site like GTFO bins. So GTFO bins is a website where we can look up potential privilege escalation vectors for Unix binaries. So let's see. SSH, what is it called? SSH key sign. So SSH key sign is not on the list. So I don't think that's the vulnerable binary. The other one that was mentioned was the dbus daemon launch helper. I don't think that's on the list either. Dbus. Nope. Okay. So the AI tells us that there's no other Yeah, so that says that the rest of the list is all regular SUID binaries. So what other... What is being run on the system right now? I don't see anything super unusual here. Let's see if there's the netstat command. Oh, there is a netstat command. Okay, so netstat. Okay, we got port 80 and we got port 21. We already knew about this. So this doesn't help us very much. How about taking a look if there's a cron tab? So there is a cron tab, but there's nothing here that is being run as root. The next thing we should probably check is to see if there's anything in the op directory. Sometimes optional software is in the op directory, not in this case. What else could we check out? Check out etc password and etc shadow. Yeah, I should probably do that. Ham Freeze, wow. We're getting rated a lot these days. Ham Freeze has just rated the channel with 12 viewers. Welcome in Raiders, and what was, let's give Ham Freeze a shout out. So shout out Ham Freeze. Thank you very much, Ham Freeze. And you know what? I don't think I've seen Ham Freeze's channel before, so we're just gonna check and see what they usually do. So twitch.tv Ham Freeze. And Ham Freeze, what were you doing on stream today? Raiders, let us know. My name is the Shy Hat. We do cybersecurity, education, and we also do we give advice to people trying to get in the cybersecurity industry. And yeah, so we're just talking about technology, cybersecurity, all sorts of fun stuff. And it looks like we're going to be watching these ads for a little bit. So tech streaming followed by My Bliss. Huh, interesting. Humphrey says, I created a little slime blob, which is my bacterial AI assistant. Bacterial AI assistant, that sounds interesting. Let's okay, let's give them a follow. Oh wait, I'm not signed into Twitch here. Okay. I'll give you a follow on my other browser. Hold on. Okay, just gave you a follow. Thank you very much. See what groups the users in home belong to. Maybe one of them has elevated privileges. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and do more enumeration. Let's see. Humphrey says, I do computer art, visual effects stuff. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I thought you were a fellow a cybersecurity person for a second. But visual effects are also very cool. I'm trying to upgrade the graphics on my channel over here and make some nice little overlays and stuff. Okay, so there's nothing in the op directory. There's nothing. We're just trying to figure out how to elevate our privileges on this Linux box that we hacked into. Humphrey says, you got nice aesthetics. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I try to switch things up. There's a new overlay every month or so. Okay, so what is in the top level directory? So this is definitely a Docker container because we got the Docker env file over here. Are we listening to the FTL soundtrack right now? Yeah, we're listening to FTL because they don't mind us playing this on YouTube. We're also simulcasting to YouTube right now, and we're just trying to follow the, well, quote unquote, follow the rules. Okay, so let's check the etc password file and the etc shadow file to see if we can do any shenanigans. Okay, so it doesn't look like these two files are vulnerable. Oh, what about bash history? Well, we can't get into the home directory, so we can't necessarily read those bash history files. Jack in the shop laser says, following the rules is no fun. Yeah, most of the time following the rules is no fun, but let's see if there are any... There's an FTP user as well. So there's FTP, Fernando, Mario, Julin, and Iker. There's nothing super... Wait, is there... The other thing we're trying to solve is that there's this weird mystery where we found a file hash that that was originally the string Justin. So Justin might be... Is there like cat bash history? Well, I mean, my echo home. We can go to home. Home is var www. So there's no bash history here. Nothing super apparent right now. So we've got some... Let's take a look at our environment variables. So we got a main PID, we got an old password, we have a path, we have a host name. Don't know if there's too much more we can look at from here. Okay, so we'll check out one or two other potential vectors for privilege escalation. If not, then we're gonna have to run our privilege escalation checking script. But before we do that, let's go ahead and try downloading a little utility called pspy. So pspy is a program we can use to enumerate running what are they called? Cron job processes. So processes that run at specific intervals on the system. So we're just going to download the pspy program, and then we're going to upload it to the box. Get that link, copy it to our Kali Linux box over here. Okay, and then we need to upload this to the target. And I wonder if there's wget on the box. So do we have wget? Yeah, we do have wget. Okay, good. So we can upload this to the target by propping up a Python web server. So let's do that over here. So we're just going to run some Python. The HTTP server module, it's going to stand up a web server that we can use to transfer files. So we just need to go back to our shell access box, our interface here, and then download it. So that's going to be 172.0.17.0.1, and this is called pspy64, I think. This is called pspy64. Let's download the file. Permission denied. Oh, we're in the wrong directory. We're going to move into the temp directory to do this. Okay, so we downloaded the utility. And, oh, you know what? Something else we could do is we could start looking for strings, right? So we can start grep. We can grep recursive in the entire file directory. And we're going to look for the pattern Justin, because we found a document that that was hashed, and the original value was Justin. So that might be a clue. Let's do redirect everything that is unusual into dev null. and no. So we redirect this into a file called justingrep.txt, and all of the error stuff we're going to redirect into devnull, like this, when we run it as a process. Okay, so let's see. I don't see Justin in here. Oh, it also picks up adjusting. Okay, that's funny. But yeah, what else can we do? We can run the pspy program, right? We just uploaded this thing. So we're going to give it executable permissions. And then let's run the pspy program. So pspy 64, output that to spy.txt. Okay, so we're gonna check on spy.txt in about a minute, and we're gonna figure out if there are any frequently running processes on the system that we can take advantage of. So in the meantime, we can take a look at Justin grep. Whoops, we need to cat that. So we still haven't found anything. That's fine. We can check back in a couple of minutes. Let's take a look at the spy.txt file. So I don't think we're looking for. Oh, Game Boy. Yeah, I think we've already done that. We looked for the SUID files. Yeah. So Eclipsy says you can try to see if there are any SUID files that try to take advantage of them. We've already looked for those, and we didn't find any unusual ones, unfortunately. But yeah, thank you very much for the suggestion. Okay, so I don't think it doesn't look like there are any suspicious cron jobs running on the system right now. So the other thing we can look at to see is if we can find the weird word Justin in here. And not just Justin, we can also look for the other users using this method as well. So who are the other users? So there's Mario, Julin, Iker, and Fernando. So let's go ahead and grep for those patterns as well. So where is the grep pattern? Here. Okay, so Justin, we could also do Mario, and we'll call this Mario grep. We can do the same thing for Julin and Iker and Fernando. Iker. Thank you very much for the follow, D-Train, on Twitch. You are now HackerFrog. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about this one from Wargames?
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so what we're doing here is we're just searching the entire file system for instances of these strings. So these are the strings associated with the users. Hold on, I think I need to change up my music. Let's change it to, yeah, let's listen to more Mass Effect music. So Mass Effect 2 OST. This is all very, very dramatic music. It makes for good hacking background music. Anybody here is anybody here a big fan of the Mass Effect series? Psyched asks, what machine is this anyway? So this is the file. Whoa. So the name of this machine is file. So that might be part of the solution as well. So this is the file machine from dockerlabs.es. If you have a Linux machine with Docker installed, then you can try out this machine yourself at this download link over here. That's a bit loud. Let me turn that down a bit. Okay, so let's take a look at these files. So the first file we did was Justin, right? Nothing here. Let's take a look at Mario. So we got a little bit of information about Mario, but this isn't really stuff that's super important. Okay, that's Mario. Let's try Julin. Same kind of deal. Not super interesting stuff. There's Iker. Same thing. And Fernando. Okay, so this stuff... And let's take one last look at the spy.txt file. Yeah. Okay, so there's no... Yeah, it's probably not going to be... Alright, let's... Well, I don't want to take too much time. Let's go ahead and upload our... Let's upload our privilege escalation checking script. So that's going to be... I think I've got one downloaded in my downloads directory. So copy, downloads, it's called linpeas. So linpeas is a very common privilege escalation checking script that we can run on Linux systems to try and figure out what can be done to get privilege escalation on the system. So we're just going to stand up our HTTP server again, and then we're going to download this file. Okay. So we're just going to wget (1701) this file. Okay, so we've now uploaded the privilege escalation checking script, and we're gonna run the script. So it's gonna be, what is it? chmod +x linpeas fat.sh. And then we run linpeas fat.sh with the -a flag, which is going to do more checks. Okay, so the interesting thing that, well, this is a very powerful script. When you run these kind of privilege escalation checking scripts, you need to learn how to read the script or read the output. Luckily, the output is color-coded, so if some text is red and yellow, we need to check this out for sure. But if it's red, it also might be a privilege escalation vector. We just need to check these out. So let's see what we get over here. Sudo version 1.8.3.1. Okay, so this is probably something we need to check out because the version of sudo is kind of unusual. I'm going to start keeping some notes because there's a lot of stuff to check out here. So most of the time we can just sail on by anything that's not colored red. Oh, we've got some suggestions. Okay, let me copy these over. We can check out these kernel hacks last, because kernel hacks are not something you want to look at right away because they can make the system very unstable. What else? Capabilities. It doesn't look like these capabilities are going to be interesting files found. Huh. What is this? Oh, Possible entry points. You detected yourself, Linpeas. Okay, what else do we have? Active ports, not super relevant. Super users, regular users. Oh, okay. So this version of Linpeas also does brute forcing. So it's trying to brute force the root user's password with a bunch of I'm not too sure which password list it uses. So it's going to brute force. It's going to try brute forcing with a bunch of different users it found on the system. And I guess we can just leave this alone for right now. And we're gonna think about what else we could do on the system. I really should have ran this as a process because now we're stuck. You can get the hack for sudo. Well, let me take a look over on the internet. So root access risk. Actually, you know what? We can look this up on It got us. Okay. We can stop. We can stop because we found that we could we found a password. Great. Anyways, Okay, we know that we've got this. So we're just gonna reestablish our shell, and then we'll log in. We'll switch users over to Fernando. Okay, so over here, reload, and then Python 3 command import. The Spanish love chocolate. Well, who doesn't love chocolate? Who doesn't love chocolate? Pty.spawn bin bash. Okay, so we can switch users to Fernando with the chocolate password. Okay, so now we're Fernando, and so we can't run sudo on this machine. We've got ads running on Twitch, so we run them on YouTube, and we put on some birds. How about How about this bird? Try the same password for root. I think I might. Hey bird, are you coming? Here we go. So this is a northern flicker woodpecker. It is a it is a very, very handsome little guy, and it's got a red mustache. So you see those bars around its beak? That's what we call the mustache. They usually don't come to bird feeders, except when there's not very much food around. But in that case, they like to eat these peanuts. I'm just going to have a little sip of water. We'll be back in a moment or two. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. So I'm glad that I used this version of the linp script. That does brute forcing. It's very nice. Okay, so we can't run sudo. I guess the next thing we want to do is we want to enter Fernando's home directory and see if there's anything here that we can use. Oh, we got JPEG files to look at. So there's no bash history here. Jack in the Shop Laser says, this stream is for the birds. Well, sometimes. So there's probably something in... Well, okay. Let's run strings. Actually, let's run file. File dragon medieval.jpg. Okay, so this is a JPEG file. Let's go ahead and download this. So I think we can move this into... Can we move this into the uploads directory to access it? We can move things around. The www folder. So if, well, I mean, that depends on the file permissions. So there's no write access here. Yeah, there's no write access here, so maybe we can just use Python 3, http.server, and let's serve this on... Jack in the Shop Laser says, 10:45 bedtime here, good luck to you, I hope you find a large Bitcoin wallet in there. Yeah, that's very likely, but thank you very much for the blessing, thank you. Yeah, have yourself a great night, and let's give you a Hack the Planet to send you off. Hope to see you next time.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, let's do the HTTP server on port 8888. Okay, so we're now serving... Oh, you know what? We're gonna have to break our shell to get out of here. Darn it. Okay, let's download this thing. So it's called Dragon Medieval, right? Let's do that. So this is on port 8888, and this is the name of the file. So we downloaded the thing. Let's go ahead and examine this. So we can run exiftool. Jason says, just copy it to temp and then switch with your previous user to copy it into www. Well, I mean, we already have the file now, so I guess, but yeah, that would probably work too, Jason, thank you. Thank you. So we got dragonmedieval.jpg. There's nothing in the exif metadata that's going to help us out, so we're going to strings it instead. And let's strings it with the minimum of 10 characters. Nothing super interesting shouts out at me. This is a JPEG file. Let's see if we can bin walk this. So bin walk Dragon Medieval to see if there's any embedded files. Nope, no embedded files. I guess we could just open the file normally with xdg open. Okay, so it... I guess we could zoom in on this to see if there's anything hidden in the picture. I don't think there is. Okay, well, we looked at it. The next thing we should do is we should do some steganography, and I think we can do steg seek. And we'll run steg seek on Dragon Medieval something something. Oh, we found something. Huh. Okay, so we found some steganography stuff. So this was called pass.txt, and we extracted it to Dragon Medieval JPEG out. So this is some fun. Okay, let's go ahead and read this file. We've got another file hash. Okay, let's see if we can crack this one. So we're just going to go over to crack station. This is probably an MD5 hash. We're just going to try to crack the hash. So this is password 123. So password 123, whose password is this? Is this anybody's password? We can try becoming other users. Okay, so gonna have to reestablish our shell. It's Game Boy's password? No, of course not. Anyways, crackstation.net, that's nifty. Yeah. So if anybody doesn't know, crackstation.net can be used with a bunch of different hashes. If it's a common hash, it'll have it in its database, and it's a good place to do very, very easy password cracking. There you go. All right, so what were we doing? So Python 3, control, import pty, pty.spawn, bin bash. All right. Okay, so whose password is password 123? So we know the Fernando user's password. Let's first of all, let's go ahead and copy this so that we can just paste it in instead of typing it out a bunch of times. So switch users to Mario. Is this Mario's password? It is Mario's password. That's really interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, so we just we found Mario's password. Let's go ahead and enter Mario's home directory now and figure out what's going on. So bash history, let's... Okay, so I think this is a wild goose case. Poor Mario, he got hacked. Yeah, so we can probably use this pseudo binary here to become the Julian user. So this is so this is the pseudo L right here. So they can run as the Julian user, the awk binary. So we can probably figure out how to do privilege escalation with the awk binary by taking a look at GTFO bins. So GTFO bins, we can look up how to do privilege escalation with a bunch of different common binaries like awk. And we've got awk with sudo. So we're just going to look this up. If the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system or escalate or maintain privileged access. So we can run this command over here to get a shell as the Julian user. So let's go ahead and try this out. So we don't like sh, we like bash better. And let's run this as the Julian user. Okay, we're now the Julian user. So who am I? We're the Julian user. Let's enter Julian's home directory. And we don't know Julian's password, but let's go ahead and... Okay, so we this is just a gauntlet, huh? Okay, so we can run the env binary as the Iker user. I think this is the last user. So let's go ahead and look up how to use env for privilege escalation. So the env binary here, we've got sudo access. It does not drop elevated privileges, sudo env bin bash. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Anyways, poor Julian got hacked too. Alright. So sudo user Iker env bin bash. Now we're the Iker user. Let's move into the home directory. Okay, so we've got a script. Oh, we've got a script that's owned by root. Okay, so we might be able to take advantage of this script for privilege escalation. So we should probably read the script. Okay, so import requests. So, So introduce the geolocator IP address. Interesting. So if we can get in the way, what do we do here? Matthew Welty says, how many years did it take for you to develop these skills? A few. You could probably get to the same level. I don't want to listen. I'm going to be very careful when I talk about this, because I don't want anybody to feel like I'm trying to make myself seem like, like I'm a master hacker. I'm not. But yeah, it took me, I'd say if you do full-time study and you just do a bunch of these exercises, you could probably get to the same place where I am in 2 to 3 years. But it really depends on where you're coming from. So Matthew Welty, are you coming from like an IT background? Let's see. Do you have you studied coding before? Do you do app development? Let me know what your IT experience is. But yeah, most of this stuff is basically doing it over and over again. You put in the repetitions, you get the reps in, and you learn this stuff by just doing a lot of exercises that do the same stuff. So we got the requests library. We could potentially do some path injection, some path hijacking. So we can write to this directory. And because we can write to this directory, we can create our own requests module. And when we run the script, actually wait. I don't think we can run this script. Hold on. Let me try. So Python geo ip.py. No, Python 3. So Python 3 geo ip.py. Actually, let's set our own IP address. Okay, so we weren't able we weren't able to access our own machine using this script. Okay, so we can run the script. That's fine. I was just kind of concerned about the file permissions here, but if we were using Python to run it, then it's not a problem. Okay, so that means we can probably do some path hijacking, and by path hijacking I mean this. So the geoIP.py script uses the requests library. So because it uses the requests library, we can create our own requests file, and when the script runs, it'll look for requests inside of the current directory first. So let's go ahead and create a malicious Python file. So let's go ahead. Let's look over at revshells.com. This is a place where we can craft our malicious reverse shell instructions, and we're going to do it using Python. So where is our Python reverse shells? So Python 3 here. Okay, so this is the code we're going to do. We're going to put this code in a file called requests.py, and when the script runs, it'll try using the code in the requests.py file that is in the current directory first. So we're going to echo this out. And we're going to redirect this to a file called requests.py. Okay, so we've got our reverse shell command, our reverse shell Python command in requests.py. We're going to create another reverse shell listener over at the Kali Linux machine. So let's see, let's do RL wrap again. Okay, so we're listening on port 443 again. So from here, we should be able to just run the geoIP script, and it's going to try to import the code from requests.py. So when Python imports a library, it's going to run all the code inside the library once. It's called initialization. And when it does, it's going to run the malicious contents of the request.py script that we created. And it's going to create a reverse shell connection. Because the file is owned by root, it should give us a root shell, but I'm not completely sure. So we should test this out. So we're just going to run the script again. Okay, so if it worked, we should get a reverse shell connection over here. Unfortunately, it didn't give us a connection as root. That's unfortunate. So who am I? We are the Iker user still. So let's just exit out of here. Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, so that didn't work. The other thing we can do is we can hope that this script is being run at regular intervals. In which case we just need to wait for the script to be run, and then we'll get a root shell. Okay, so what else can we do? So we created our malicious file over here. if this is actually being run at regular intervals, it should happen within a minute or so. So bash history, okay, bash logout. What about this .local directory? We've got a share in here. Okay, nano. Nothing in here. Okay, that was super exciting. And what about this PyCache directory? I wonder what this file is. It's owned by root. What? What? This looks weird. This is a data file. OS system, yeah. It's compiled. It's Python compiled bytecode. Thank you, thank you. I've never encountered this stuff before. How do we interact with these files? Okay, let's ask, just for fun, let's ask the AI. I'm doing a CTF exercise, and I've come across a .pyc file. How do we interact with these files? GradXT says decompiler.com. Decompiler.com. So this is a compiled Python bytecode file generated when the Python script is executed or imported. In CTFs, they often contain hidden logic credentials or reverse engineering challenges. Here's how to interact with them. So decompile the .pyc file to Python source. So since PYC files are not human readable, you need to decompile them. Tools like uncompile, PYC something something, online decompilers like decompiler.com. Hey GradXT, the AI knows about your stuff. Great. Run the PYC directly if possible. So if the PYC is intact and matches your Python version, you can execute it. Okay? All right, so we can just try running this and see what happens, right? So let's run it. So Python 3, and then the name of the file. The name of the file is this. Okay, well, it didn't seem to do anything. GradXT says decompiler is the easiest way to see readable code from bytecode. So how do we feed that into the website though? Let me take a look. Drag and drop. Drag and drop. Okay. All right. Well, first of all, I need to make a copy of the file. So I'm just going to read the file, and then I'm going to convert it over to base64. And then I'm going to create a copy of the file on my own desktop. So nano, what are we going to call this? Python.b64. Okay, paste it in. Then we can use base64 to decode it. and output it to python.pyc. Okay, it seems to be working. Let's go ahead and upload the file. So that's in my temp directory. This one. Okay, what does this do? So import OS and then OS system -p. Okay. So we can combine this, right? So okay, we also have our comments. So embedded file name, hiker request.py. Okay. So do we copy this? Do we copy this over? Because we can combine this with the other script that we found. The POIC file was generated from the py file that you created. I don't think so, because the file that I created didn't have these commands. It didn't have import OS, and it didn't have os.system -p. The file that I created, let me get out of this directory. The requests file that I created, okay, no, it does have import. It doesn't import OS, but it doesn't do the bash-p. This will work because it keeps the privilege with the -p. Your file dropped it to user. Oh, really? Huh. So does that mean that if we did the same thing, but we also did the -p, then we would be okay? Do we just adjust it like this? How about exploiting sudo? No, I don't think we need to use the sudo exploit. It looks like this is probably going to be the way we get root on the system. So let's see. Let's run the script again. Okay, it looks like the reverse shell command didn't work. So maybe we need to copy. Gretaxi says, is there an SUID bin that is running a Python interpreter script at elevated privileges? So there's a script here owned by root. There's a script here owned by root that imports requests. So I thought that maybe we should be doing some path hijacking by creating our own request.py file in this directory. I don't think there's an SUID bin, SUID binary that's running these scripts. And I don't think there's a cron job that's running these scripts either. Maybe what we need to do is just maybe we just need to create a script that has this inside. Maybe that's all we need to do. Rather than a new netcat shell, try an elevated shell spawn. Yeah. So we would echo out this stuff, right? Hold on. To request.py, right? And we got ads again. Okay, let's put on an ad on YouTube, and let's do some more birds. Here's a video from a while ago when it was snowing. We'll be back in about a minute. We're just gonna have a little water break. GradXC says nested single quote. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a look at the and make sure that the quotes are okay, because we can't have nested single quotes. We can't have single quotes inside of single quotes. That doesn't work. So we're gonna examine the code in a bit to make sure that everything looks okay. All right, let's put the birds away. Okay, yeah, so we can't use nested single quotes. We'll make these double quotes. Let's take a look at the request.py in here. Okay. That looks okay. Great. Let's run the script. Well, if we run the script, we should get a bash shell. Nope. Well, we didn't get an elevated shell. No, that didn't work. I wonder what's going wrong. So the PyCache directory is owned by root. It's got this funny file in here. Oh, maybe we run it like this. So goip.py. No, it's Python 3. Huh. So when we ran the Python script, it did use... Well, okay. I need to get out of here. Let's, what was under the sudo L? So sudo L... Oh, okay. Oh, I forgot to put sudo. And I forgot to check the sudo L. I'm dumb. I would have... Okay. So the reason why it doesn't work is because I didn't put sudo in front of the command. Because... Oh, yeah, okay. Dumb. Let's go ahead and run the thing again with sudo. So if we run sudo, okay. So goip.py, wait. Where is it asking for the password? Why is it running for the... Why is it asking for the password? You need to use the full path. Yeah, apparently I do. Okay, let's run the thing. Done. Done, done, done. I was acting real dumb, but thank you very much to MC25. Thank you very much to MC25 for pointing me in the right direction. Because I forgot to run sudo l when I became this user, the Iker user. I just took a look inside the home directory and then I jumped to my conclusions. Now try your netcat version. Yeah, the netcat version should... The netcat one should work as well. The sudo l did come in clutch. So yeah, I'll try my my netcat version. It should work. Okay, so let me go ahead and get the command history. Okay, this is it. This is the reverse shell that I got from revshells.com. Where is it? This one. So let's see if I can get a reverse shell connection this way. I should be able to. Okay, and then from here we can just run sudo blah blah blah. And then over here we've got a root shell. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so we're almost done. We just need to we just need to do our what is it called? Web page defacement, right? So we can move into the root directory. Oh, there's an actual root.txt file here. Good. You know what? I'm not gonna read this because I don't want to be disrespectful to the people over at Docker Labs, but instead this is what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna read the file, but I'm gonna redirect it, the output, into a file called iread root.txt. And because I was able to create the iread root.txt, this proves that I have root access to the machine. So another thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to do web page defacement, because web page defacement is so fun. So we actually could have done the web page defacement as the www-data user, but it's more fun to do it as the root user. So let's go ahead and let's write a little message that we can send to the administrators. So what are we going to say? So echo to index.html, and we're going to echo out. What are we going to echo out? Hello there. File web server admin. This is the Shy Hat and the HackerFrogs. We broke into your web app server. We broke into your web server because you failed to write a proper deny list of file extensions for your file upload page. You also knock knock, Neo, wake up. Neo, wake up. Let's see, what else? You also have users who use very insecure passwords like chocolate and password 123. Lastly, please don't let your users have access to root owned scripts lying around in user writable directories, because that can lead to path hijacking. I hope you have a great day, and better luck next time. Sincerely, the HackerFrogs. Heart. There you go. Okay, so before we finish off, let's just make sure that we can access this from the interweb, the internet. So we're just going to go over to the landing page for the... Oh, wow. It looks like it didn't work. GredXT says, did I miss Scary Hacker Voice Man? Yeah, Scary Hacker Voice Man came out about an hour and a half ago. Huh. This is funny. So, index.html. So this should be index.html. Maybe this is not index.html. There we go. Okay, so we managed to deface the web server, and we also got access to the root.txt file. Great. So we finished the exercise. It was some good easy quote unquote easy level fun, and we managed to do some path hijacking stuff. So okay, let's before we finish the stream, let's go ahead and find some cool infosec people that we can raid. Let's see, infosecstreamers.com is the website that we want to go to figure out if there are any cool infosec people. I'm on the list. There are a lot of other people on the list. Let's see, who's really good for hacking stuff? It looks like I'm the only person who's online right now. Let me check Twitch. And let me check my own Twitch page. Okay, so it looks like the science stream is online right now. So let's go ahead and we'll raid into the science streams channel. So the science stream, whoa, looks like they're looking at some cool bugs. Let me check out what they're doing right now. So okay, before we go, let's talk about what we're doing this week. So we've got a Reddit page over at r/HackerFrogs, and we've got our schedule over there. So this is today's Monday, so we've got 2 other streams this week. And what are we doing? We're going to be doing more AI stuff. So last week we did some AI limit testing. We did some agentic AI, and we figured out that it could solve some basic CTFs. And we're going to do some more testing with AI on the next stream, which is going to be on Wednesday. We're also going to be taking a look at classic cryptography as part of our cryptography course. We're going to be doing some more Baba as You, and we're going to be taking a look at hackinghub.io. So this is a new platform that we're going to be taking a look at. It was created by John Hammond and Nahamsec, so please look forward to that on Wednesday. And on Friday, we're going to be doing more classic cryptography. We're going to be doing Python scripting for CTF solving. We're going to be taking a look at C programming, and we might be doing some PowerShell stuff. Gameboy says, thank you very much. Study new techniques today. Well, if you learn something, then I'm happy, because I'm here to teach everybody. Well, I'm trying to teach people beginner level stuff because you know what? Because I'm a beginner, and I can only teach what I know. I'm trying to get better, and I'm trying to teach people more advanced stuff. Of course, that means I'm going to have to level up my own game as well. All right, so let's go ahead and get ready to raid into the Science Channel. When you arrive on the Science Channel, please give this raid message: OSFrog, Hip Hop Hack, OSFrog. Thank you very much. Let's start the raid. Sci. Why do you spell that? Science streams? Science streams, okay. Yeah, it says awesome streams. Thank you so much. Hey, come on by next time. You're gonna be back online on Wednesday. Hope to see you there. All right, before we go, one last hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get
All right, thank you to everybody who was helping out today. Good friends like MC25 and GroutXT. Thank you. All right, see you next time, and happy hacking.